Jarhead was a trip. Whenever I first watched Jarhead before I joined the military, it was something particular. There was something special about it. I think the fact that it was an anti-war movie meant that it was arguing with me at the time. Because at the time that I watched it, it was shortly before I entered the military, active duty in the Navy. So, I think the fact that it was arguing with me meant I had a direct antagonistic relationship with the movie. I think that was what I didn't like about it. Never mind the fact that there's so many things about it that, didn't glorify war in any way, shape, or form. There were no heroes. There were no good guys. There were no bad guys. Whenever you compare this movie to everyone else, to all of the other sort of media out there, anti-war, pro-war, somewhere in between, whenever you compare this film to everything else that's out there, you get a situation where, of course, you're going to prefer one media to the next. There's lots of action scenes in that film that they did, Act of Valor, the one that they did with actual Navy SEALs. They did quite a bit of it, and they had to do a lot of cuts because Navy SEALs aren't actors. Those are two different skill sets. So, there's lots of action in that film. So compare that to Jarhead. Compare that to something that has no action. Now, someone dies, sure. In fact, I would say that there's probably a couple people that die. You don't get to see it on film. There's a particular point in the movie where they're doing a low crawl underneath barbed wire. They're trying to tell and convince the Marine recruits to keep their heads down. And one of the recruits freaks out and stands up. Now, the whole time, they're doing live fire, shooting real bullets above the heads of these recruits. That's why you got to keep low to the ground whenever you're doing a low crawl. I can still remember in Army Senior Reserve Officer Training Corps, whenever they were trying to do the same thing. They were trying to give us the same lesson. At some point in time, one of the instructors says, I want you to be so low to the ground that I want you to take a bite out of that dirt. And one of the cadets took this literally. And so you can go on the Facebook page of Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville, and their Senior Reserve Officer Training Corps, Army Senior Reserve Officer Training Corps program, and somewhere around a field training exercise that was in maybe 2015, maybe 2016, maybe 2014, somewhere around that time frame, you'll see one of the cadets at that time with his face like literally half covered in dirt, half and half, with dirt around his lips and mouth. He's giving 2 thumbs up, if I remember correctly. So you can see this photo. This is a real story that I can give to you. Now, Swafford, within the course of his time that he is chronicling through the movie Jarhead, This didn't happen to him. He didn't have a close compatriot who, while doing the low crawl, freaked out, stood up, and then got shot in the head. Nor would it even really work that way, technically speaking. I don't know if they issue not Kevlar helmets to Marine recruits. It doesn't seem like that would be the case. But with Kevlar helmets, they're supposed to be, in a way, sort of bulletproof. But that's sort of nitpicky. I don't know whether or not I'm on the right track there anyways. But I seem to remember that Kevlar helmets are supposed to be, in some way, bulletproof. But I could be wrong about that. Either way, that didn't happen to Swofford's troop whenever he was going through these real-life events that he chronicles during the movie Jarhead. But it did happen, period. So they decided to put that moment into the movie Jarhead. This did happen, period. In preparation for this recording, I had to watch Jarhead a grand total of 3 additional times. Now, watching, that's kind of a heavy word. Because I didn't sit there for 6 straight hours staring at the screen. Jarhead has, on the DVD, it has the option for you to watch the movie with commentary directly from the director, and an additional option to watch the movie as it comes from the mind of one of the film's sub-directors or something like that. Someone it is sort of a directorial type role, I guess. And Swofford himself sitting alongside. So you can either listen to the way that the movie is put together by the artist that put the movie together, or you can do essentially the same way while hearing from the man that lived these experiences talking to a Vietnam veteran. Obviously, the latter of the two choices are going to be more interesting to people like you and I. Now, of course, if you're artistically inclined, hearing how the director put together the movie, it's a whole other thing. It might get your mind moving. There's more and more directors every single day. Some YouTube videos are put together better than regular movies. Plenty of regular movies. This is kind of ubiquitous across the board. More and more people are essentially becoming directors. Although it can be difficult to go from there and then break into the big screen, that's besides the point. Early YouTube has some, I don't know, experiments in that regard. Let's not call them successes or failures. But movies like Fred and similar early YouTube tales. Anyways, hearing from a Vietnam veteran and and Swofford himself talk their ways through the movie, that was a very interesting thing to listen to, for me at least. Now, of course, whenever I first watched this movie, I didn't watch the director's cut, the deleted scenes, any of the extra gobbledygook. I just watched the movie and that was it. Like I said, I believe that I actually watched the movie again while I was in the military, and I began to slowly understand it a little bit more. Why it bothered me so much, why I hated it whenever I first watched it. There's a lot of cringe-inducing moments that are inside the movie. You know, people will, I don't know, refuse to don their seatbelt whenever they get into the car. They know that everybody else should be careful doing this, that, or the other. But essentially, they've convinced themselves that whatever it is, it's not going to happen to me. That's sort of the same thing that's happening here. There's a lot of cringe-inducing moments that are inside the film, and I mean that in a non-confrontational way, right? There's lots of, I'd say, modern-day YouTubers that will use the word cringe in a sort of antagonistic way, but I mean this in a very non-confrontational way. Whenever Swafford's girlfriend cheats on him, that's, one thing in the film. Whenever he comes home from war and she's moved on, that's another thing in the film. Whenever, not only does all that happen, but a man's wife not only cheats on him, but films the affair, the sexual affair, sending that film to the Marine in question for all the Marines to sit there to watch the film together. That's a cringe-inducing moment. It's one of those things you think that it's not going to happen to me. And that's part of the reason why I didn't like the film whenever I first viewed it. Because I didn't want to entertain the possibility that it was going to happen to me. I used to have discussions with guys. This happened in ROTC. This happened in a few other places. But I would get in discussions with a group of guys. At the time, I had declared my relationship open with my wife at the time. Although there was, as far as I know, she never took advantage of this. And neither did I. For a very long time. And I declared it open because I wanted her to have every other opportunity to be in a relationship. Because I'd met her whenever she was 19 and I was 23. And so she hadn't had much time to have different relationships. And she decided to become married to, the first guy that she was with. I figured that there was other types of relationships that she might be skipping out on. You see, if you're married to somebody and if you truly want them to be happy, if you're in a relationship with somebody and you actually do want them to be happy, then you want them to be happy no matter what. A lot of people will claim that they want someone to be happy, and then they'll also make the assertion that they'd be devastated if that person moved on after they died. Like, what the fuck, man? You're worm food. You're in the ground. You wouldn't like this whole restriction to be placed upon you, right? And that's the thing. I see a lot of this hypocrisy in people. That whole treat other people the way you'd like to be treated thing, it's the golden rule for a reason. It's older than the Bible. It was essentially written down in Hammurabi's code. But also, it's like the most often thing that people don't fucking do. And it has all of the benefits if you do so. You know, what if you're married to some gal that you love to death for 20 years, 50 years, something like that. She dies, but right before she dies, she says, "Promise me you won't smash anybody else." And that's it. That's not a restriction that you want placed upon you. You still want to get your rocks off. You still want to have a partner in life. You still want somebody to pay the other half of the bills. For fuck's sake. Of course this is a horrendous restriction. So if you actually love somebody, you want them to be happy. And a lot of people don't love someone. Now this can be argued to death, by the way. This is a more philosophical argument. So, if you dig deep into philosophy, in fact, I've dug into human sexuality. It doesn't even have to be directly philosophical. There was a particular human sexuality book that claimed that it was on the scientific side. It was a science class, but it was a human sexuality book that that outlined all of the different types of love, logos, the love of convenience, the love of, loving somebody because they're filling a purpose in your life. They're paying the other half of the bills, stuff like that. Being provided for. I mean, what the fuck? You can love your parents without them even being around because you know that they're sacrificing and providing for you. It's not this robotic notion that, oh, somebody's fucking giving me cash, therefore I love them. It's something that's deeper than that. Eros, the love of something or the other. I don't remember every single one of them, but it showed the different types of love. So this sort of thing can be argued to death. But in a nutshell, if you got like a Dr. Daniel Amen spec scan and it came back clean, as in there is nothing wrong with your brain, then you would want your romantic partner to be happy no matter what. But time and again, you see this thing where, say, somebody will have a child and they don't want the child to be free. They don't want the child to leave the house. And there's a lot of things about it. Sometimes it's selfish. They don't want the child to go away. The parent wants to feel needed. They don't want anything bad to happen to the child. I just recently completed a couple of no-kill runs and, stuff like that on live on YouTube, showing that even in this one game, even in this video game from 2015, maybe less than that, I don't know. Even in this game that's this old, it's damn near impossible to do this. So how exactly can you do it in real life? You're asking for the impossible. Whenever you don't want your kid to be hurt, you can't protect them from everything. And that was the whole point of the run. So you got lots of bits and pieces like this that you can sort of put together yourself and try to make this into something that makes a little bit more sense. If you love someone, if you got a Dr. Daniel Amen spec scan and it came back clean, that would mean that you would love somebody in a manner and a methodology where you wanted them to be happy no matter what. That's what true love is. And anything other than that is a perversion of love. And you know what's fun? The director, the sub-director, whoever was in charge of this particular decision within the Jarhead movie, whoever was talking to Swofford himself as a Vietnam veteran, whoever was doing all of that was talking about that particular scene as if he was aware that he was making a movie. The director of The Count of Monte Cristo, the movie that was released in, I don't know, the early 2000s, the one with Jim Caviezel, the guy that ended up doing Passion of the Christ. The director of that particular film was talking about it, and he said that whenever he was adapting this book, one of the things that he considered something that was a miss was that in the book, Mercedes gave birth to the main character's rival's child while the main character was incarcerated for a very long time. The director of that early 2000s movie starring Jim Caviezel, the director of that movie said that that was a big mess. And so he changed it in the movie so that it was actually the main character's child. And Mercedes had told the main character's rival that the baby was his and that it was premature. So that was a change. And the director of that film said that that the fact of the matter is that he was making a movie. He says, if you want to read the book, you can go read the book. It's a very good book. But it's my job to make a movie. So he considered that to be a big mess, and it was something that, in his mind, and in my own, sort of increased the flavor of the movie a little bit. It made it a better movie in the minds of him and I, at a bare minimum. So whenever this Vietnam veteran, co-director, or whoever he was, within the DVD commentary, whenever he was talking to Swofford himself about this particular scene of this Marine being given a movie of a sexual affair from that Marine's wife, disguised as a movie about something else, a movie about, I don't know, some other pro-war movie or anti-war movie or whatever. Whenever the director was talking about that scene, he was talking about the character. He made the Marine in question become a character. He made this Marine into a character where he's kind of a dick. You can kind of tell right away that this character sort of deserves it. And this Vietnam veteran who is, talking about this movie, he said, hey, see, you can see the character and everything like that. And Swofford doesn't say a fucking thing. And then towards the end of that scene, the unfaithful wife in question crawls up to the camera and says, now who's fucking around? And says the name of that Marine. The Marine that she's married to. Now who's fucking around? And Swofford doesn't say a fucking word. And it's so crazy. Because as far as I know, within the book, this doesn't happen. Not the wife doesn't cheat on the Marine. Oh, hell yeah, that happens. And the wife does send the video of her cheating to the Marine that she's cheating on. And that movie is disguised as another war movie. And someone turns off the tape. All of these things happened, except for the fact that within the book, Swafford doesn't try to convince you that the guy was a dick who deserved to be cheated on. And also, he doesn't try to convince you that the Marine was unfaithful first. He doesn't say a word about any of this. About this Marine being portrayed as somebody who deserves to get cheated on. What's strange is that because that becomes a focus within the movie itself. But within the book, Swafford is very blasé about the idea of being cheated on, about the idea of infidelity, about relationships in general. He just seems to sort of not care about whoever he's romantically involved in. Not as in, like, he doesn't care about that person, but he doesn't care about the concept of being romantically involved with other people. That's the way he portrays himself within his own book. He has a very blasé attitude about it. He tells you that there's several people that he loved more than others whenever he was romantically involved with them. He talks about one person that whenever they were sort of going away from each other, they cried. This is a Marine Special Forces, recon, sniper, whatever. This is a Special Forces Marine, one of the toughest, things to become here on planet Earth, talking about crying like a baby within the arms of another human being, crying like a little baby because they are soon to be apart. But the idea of infidelity is something that he rapidly gets used to, because Swafford cheats first. So within the book, Swafford actually does cheat first. He begins dating somebody who has a boyfriend, and it's something that doesn't affect him at all. Later, he actually becomes good friends with the boyfriend, and then they continue their affair whenever the boyfriend comes back from whatever distance that he had put between him and his girlfriend. So they continue their affair, and eventually, at the end of everything, they are discovered. The affair is finally discovered. This is so buck wild that he's got this very blasé attitude. He speaks about the girl in question that's portrayed in the movie. He speaks about her, and he says that she's probably cheating on him with some guy that she talks about in her new hotel job. But he also states that he knows that she cheated on him with his Marine recruiter. He doesn't reveal how he came upon this information. We as the audience are just sitting here, I guess, attempting to... we have to take him at his word. But that doesn't mean that I'm casting doubt on his story at all either. She probably did. If he says that she did, she probably did. But the thing is, Swafford had already taken the whole idea of relationships. And he was the first to break that bond. And maybe that helped him be blasé about it in the future. But that's all besides the point. However he got there, he got used to the idea relatively quickly. And that's the thing. In the military, you're supposed to get used to the idea very quickly. And isn't that so crazy? Isn't that so much different than real life? Different than the world? Vietnam veterans, at the time that they were in Vietnam, they would often describe Vietnam as being something else. And normal civilian life, the way that they grew up, the way that they were before Vietnam, that was what they called the world. As if Vietnam had been turned into an alternate reality entirely, like they were traveling to a new dimension, because it was so much different than civilian life. The skills that they would learn in Vietnam weren't applicable in real life. The scars that they would get in Vietnam would disallow them from being competitive in real life. Swafford talks about his father and how his father was a Vietnam veteran himself. If I remember the story right, I just got done listening to the audiobook yesterday, I believe. But it goes to show here. So, his Swafford's father was I believe a Vietnam veteran, and he talks about the several different things that his father would do. He said that his father would sometimes have his hands locked in fists. He would just have his hand locked in fists, and he couldn't make any other thing besides fists. He couldn't point his finger, he couldn't do anything else, and he couldn't do things that involved his hands because his hands were locked in fists. He talks about helping his father in several ways, putting one of his fists on the steering wheel and the other one on the gear shifter for a manual vehicle. And he talks about how his father was a medical mystery. They had no idea what the hell this side effect was. But that his father had also avoided Veterans Affairs at all costs, avoided therapists at all costs. Quite a bit following the war and everything. This is very clearly the symptom of something that probably could have been taken care of much earlier on. But there was something about therapists and Veterans Affairs that his father really didn't like. In my own life, this is something that's understandable from my grandfather. My grandfather has avoided Veterans Affairs his entire life after his own time in Vietnam. But that's understandable to me because my grandfather was drafted into Vietnam. So he was avoiding everything that even vaguely resembled the military for his entire life, because at the end of the day, avoiding all of these things meant that there was less of a possibility inside of his mind of being drafted again. He was afraid of using his benefits because he was afraid of being drafted. He was afraid of being drafted in the first place, and he was afraid of being drafted again. He wanted to stay off of the military's radar for the rest of his life. But that was my grandfather. So there's lots of things that Swafford talks about in regards to his father, symptoms of his father's service, things of that nature. But I believe the thing that you should do in the military is to get used to the idea that your whoever you're in a relationship with back home, they're not being faithful. That's something that you should get used to immediately. And they begin trying to get you used to the idea right away in boot camp. Whenever I went to boot camp in 2007 for active duty, to be active duty in the U.S. Navy, whenever I went to boot camp way back when, they they started talking about Jody right away. Jody is a unisex name, and that's why they use it. You don't know if Jody is a boy, you don't know if Jody is a girl. It's a unisex name. Jody's got your girl. That was an idea that was implanted into our heads back then. Because if you assume that your relationship back home is cheating on you, they're unfaithful, then hopefully you'll get used to the idea and nothing will happen whenever you come home and you find out that it's true. That your romantic partner has been unfaithful to you. Because what's the alternative? Look at this through the eyes of the military itself. Let's say a Marine comes home. They've painstakingly gone through the process of weeding out so many different recruits and everything to try to make it to the point where Swofford is this, sniper, special forces, and the military. It is so insanely difficult to even find a candidate that qualifies for this task. Swofford comes home. Swofford finds his romantic partner in the bed with somebody else, and you get yourself a double murder homicide. Flies off of the handle, and then that's it. You remember how the events of Grand Theft Auto 5 really kind of kick an emotion in a major way? Because one of the main characters finds his wife in bed with their tennis coach. And within that game, of course, Rockstar, the publishers of the game, talk about how, at the end of the day, they designed Michael, the person that one of the main characters in Grand Theft Auto 5, they designed Michael in a way where he was unfaithful first, and that's what his wife says. His wife said, I was faithful until you were unfaithful. And that was it. Even Michael himself says, not in my house, not in my bedroom. He doesn't say shit else. He doesn't say, I was faithful to you, now you're unfaithful to me. Nothing like that. He doesn't make that claim because it's not true. But the events of that entire movie, or that entire video game, that they kind of kick off in a major way because of this infidelity and that character's sort of knee-jerk reaction. And that's the thing. To train somebody for that length of time, knowing that lives are dependent upon this. Look at this through the eyes of the military. Lives are dependent upon the success or failure of the military. You look at the Holocaust. You look at at all of the different, wars and the like before that. What happens to a conquered enemy? What happens to their bodies, to their minds for generations? Whenever the military loses a conflict, really fucking bad shit happens to the people who belong to those who lost. This is a really fucking bad situation. So why not just try to get it into the recruit's head that Jody's got your girl? It makes perfect sense. Swafford, in a way, was the perfect soldier. In this case, it was a perfect Marine. Swafford even calls himself a soldier at some point in time in his book, but he's speaking metaphorically. Swafford's actually a very poetic man and is obviously smarter than myself, which makes it a strange situation because now I'm reading the book of somebody who's smarter than me, a better writer than me, stronger than me, more accomplished than me. It's just a better person overall than me. But worry not, because I come across that situation very often. He's actually quite a poetic man on top of everything else. He's capable of doing both, of being both crude and poetic at times. So he's speaking in a more general term, but that's the thing. Swafford is essentially the perfect service member. If this was a different type of movie, they would be speaking of him like he was some sort of superhero. We have to give Swafford the super soldier serum so he can become Captain America. We have to put Swafford into this program because nobody else will ever be able to accomplish this mission. Only Swafford can do it. The fact of the matter is that I'm right. The entire idea of Jody's Got Your Girl is something that a lot of people don't accept. And then whenever the time comes, they're devastated. And there might be a knee-jerk reaction that ends the lives of many, up to and including themselves. All because they didn't accept that Jody's got their girl. There's a side effect, of course. And this is spoken about barely, but it is spoken about in Swafford's book, the book Jarhead. It's spoken about because he talks about how the infidelity goes both ways. He's very blasé about infidelity. Very blasé. He really does not consider it to be a big deal at all. That's the way he portrays himself within the book, at the very least. That's what I got out of it. Whether or not my reading comprehension is not that good. Or the other way around. He talks about how it goes both ways. So let's talk about real life. Here's a little homework exercise that you can do. PBS, the Public Broadcasting System. PBS made a documentary called Carrier, and it's free. You can go on pbs.com or whatever, find some sort of streaming platform that has PBS as a channel for you to watch or whatever, and you can watch a documentary called Carrier. And I believe Carrier talks about an aircraft carrier during one of its deployments, maybe in 2005, shortly before I entered the military, active duty, something like that. I could be wrong about that particular date, but it's an aircraft carrier on deployment. Several things happen in Carrier. Several things happen in that documentary, and it's strange because that documentary doesn't concentrate on these facts. In fact, they become almost blink and you can miss the moments. Number one, someone falls overboard and is never seen again. Someone dies while you're watching the documentary Carrier. Number two, someone gets cheated on. I believe they even managed to meet the person that they're cheating on face to face to officially end the relationship. And that person is distraught, crying, tears in their eyes, the whole kit and caboodle. You might consider this a difference between Navy and Marines. Navy's softer, Marines are tougher. Easy as that. Right? Perhaps this is the answer to our questions and inquiries here. That Carrier is a documentary about Navy folk. And Jarhead is a dramatization movie about Marine folks. Maybe that solves the mystery, but it doesn't. Because the Marine who receives a that receives a tape of his wife's infidelity disguised as a normal film, that Marine in real life, in Swofford's book, that Marine bursts into tears. He's crying inconsolably and ends up on suicide watch, where a number of different Marines is assigned to make sure that this person does not take their own life. 24/7 surveillance to make sure that that does not happen. You understand? We're not told within the documentary Carrier, we're not told whether or not this particular sailor that we're seeing crying on film, we're not told whether or not that particular sailor winds up on suicide watch. But it's possible. Could have happened in the background. So we've got the same essential thing happening to two different people, unfaithful romantic partners. We're seeing both on film, although one is the real person in a real documentary, and the other is traumatization by an actor. But the same thing happens to them. They're both left in tears. In the Marine's case, at the bare minimum, we know that Marine ended up on suicide watch. So, of the two reactions, if the sailor didn't wind up on suicide watch, then the sailor had the less, violent of the two reactions. But the reality of unfaithful partners within war is a reality. And that's all it is. So, you can do with it what you please. The suggested thing to do is get used to the idea that Jody's already got your girl. But that, of course, creates side effects. Once you assume that your partner is unfaithful, and you truly believe that within your heart, then what tends to happen is you can justify being unfaithful yourself. Within the book Rogue Warrior, by the late great Demo Dick Marcinko, he talks about one of his duty stations and his own infidelity with his wife, and saying that, or his wife at least at the time, he talks about all of this. He talks about going to one of his duty stations and getting a lot of LBFMs, he calls them. Little brown fucking machines. That's right. The man doesn't pull damn near any punches whenever he's giving his explosive autobiography. That's good old-fashioned Demo Dick Marcinko. He fully admits that he wasn't a very good husband. Not a very good family man. That's never what he was trying to be. And at that point in time, he didn't have any qualms with that as a sort of status. A bad husband as a status in life, as a label. He didn't care. So all of this is kind of it kind of shows you the side effects of thinking that Jody's got your girl. First, if you really take it to heart, then it prevents, double murder, suicide type of situations. That violent knee-jerk reaction whenever you find out that your romantic partner is unfaithful to you. It keeps the Marine themselves combat ready. And also, it of course benefits you in your own life as the Marine, because there's nothing that can be done once you're dead. Your life is over. End of story. So that's Jody's Got Your Girl. That's just one piece of the puzzle within the military. I don't know whether or not they're still doing Jody's Got Your Girl as an institution. It would seem that the new, more woke, I guess, military may or may not be doing that, but I wouldn't know. I'm not trying to say that the military is softer in some way, shape, or form. It's very clear from hearing from my ex-wife, who was an active duty Navy service member herself, that things have gotten a bit easier. Whenever she looks at the grand total, everything that's happening, and she's talking about not even having to do the twice a year physical readiness test for years on end while she was stationed to a ship, it's very clear that life has gotten a lot easier. Whenever she's able to take so many more days off of work and holidays and stuff like that than I was ever able to take, it's very clear that things have gotten easier. But that's not what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say that the military has gotten less effective. The military used to be a thing where they would try to work you up into a full panic and then start trying to teach you things. Because if you couldn't recall these lessons in a blind panic, then you were useless to the military. But the fact is, that's not how you learn. The more relaxed you are, the easier it is to learn. That's the reality of things. So, in the modern day, from what I've gathered, that's the way of the world now. That they don't try to whip you up into a blind panic at the start. At the very least, they make sure that you've got all the steps down before they put you in a competition mindset. That way, at the very least, they can make sure that you have all the essentials down, that you're doing everything right, that you're doing everything correctly before you move on to being able to do it in blind panic and the heat of battle and the like. Now, that's not just my inkling. That's not just my suspicion as an old man that wants to say that I walked up out on the snow both ways on the way to school and all the young whippersnappers didn't. It's not just my suspicion. I also experienced this in real life. After my time active duty in the Navy for those 4 years, I eventually started running out of post 9/11 GI Bill and joined up with the Army Senior Reserve Officer Training Corps, coming out of Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville, as I previously stated. So, after joining all of that, going into all of that, being all of that, I went to the Command Leadership course in Fort Knox. and was taught by several enlisted personnel and several officer personnel. A little bit of a mixed bag of both. How to do all of the stuff that an Army officer does. So that's 2 steps above, right? That's Navy enlisted might be 1 step below. Navy officer would be 1 step above. But you would assume that an Army enlisted would be 1 step above the Navy in some way, shape, or form. And the officer does have higher requirements than Army enlisted, at least whenever it came to the the Army Physical Fitness Test, I believe, the APFT, which I think it was called at the time. So at a bare minimum, they have higher physical requirements that are inarguable. You can't argue against them. They are held to a higher standard than Army enlisted personnel, period. That's at least one thing that old enlisted personnel can't argue with me about. Whenever they try to convince you that all officers are paper-pushing personnel that aren't as good as enlisted people, blah, blah, blah. None of that crap. So, in command leadership school at Fort Knox, being taught by actual enlisted personnel, one that was an Army Ranger at a bare minimum, a former Army Ranger at least. You know, that was one of his former duty stations, so it's not like it's been 20 years since he's been an Army Ranger. It's been a little while. So we're being taught by this former Army Ranger. We're being taught by a lot of enlisted personnel that have been through a lot of stuff. And in the meantime, despite all of that, in the middle of one of the big exercises, one of the big things that we were doing as part of that school, one of our instructors was talking about how if you feel bad because you've made a mistake here in command leadership school, don't feel bad. He says, if you need help not feeling bad, I will give you a hug. I will absolutely do that for you. If you feel bad that you've made a mistake, I'll give you a hug. Hopefully you'll feel better, because command leadership course, that's where you make mistakes. Here in training, that's where you make mistakes. Because if you make mistakes on the battlefield, people die. So make as many mistakes as humanly possible here in training, because those are mistakes that you hopefully will not make out on the battlefield. Those mistakes that you make here are going to save your life out there. And that was a sentiment. Those were his exact words, most likely even in that order. And this was shouted to the entire platoon. This was an instruction. He was not kidding about any of this. Now ask me whether or not my recruit training, my division commanders in boot camp. What the hell do they call boot camp instructors in the Navy? I forget. It's like, I think it's recruit division commanders. It's recruit training command. That's what boot camp for the Navy is called. Recruit commanders, recruit division commanders, something like that. I don't know. I called them petty officer, and chief. That's what I called them. Either way, none of them offered me a hug while I was in Navy boot camp. And like I said, that's supposed to be 2 steps down from this Army officer thing at a bare minimum. People can argue about that all they want, but I can actually witness and prove on paper that my time in Senior Reserve Officer Training Corps for the Army was a lot easier than my time Navy active duty, both in training and, and the active duty time themselves, which is very strange because once you get out into the active duty time, you can work, you can go home, you can do things like that. You can almost start hobbies and start a life and stuff like that. And Swafford does that within the book, by the way. It's not just this time out in the desert and stuff like that. He has love affairs. The lady that he cheated on, the lady that cheated on her boyfriend to be with Swafford inside the book, that happened in Okinawa. And it's implied that that's when he was stationed in Okinawa. The time frames are a little wibbly wobbly. He goes back and forth between different events that sort of cover his military career, and it becomes hard to follow. But it could have been whenever he was a military brat, but also whenever he was 17, he tried to join the Marines as early as he possibly could, and his parents wouldn't sign the permission slip for him to join the Marines that early. And at that point in time, he says that he had sex about 3 times, received 5 blowjobs and 12 hand jobs or something like that. He counted them all up, man. He had all those numbers under his hat. For comparison, BT dubs, I didn't lose my virginity until I was 18 years old. So, hey guys, doing better than me, I guess. So, this whole thing was, it seems like the Okinawa thing happened after his time in service. It could have been while he was a military brat, but the evidence doesn't seem to point in that direction. It seems that at least before he was out in the desert for Desert Shield and Desert Storm, it seems that before he went out there, he was kind of a regular Marine that kind of had a regular job and did regular things. Worked and then eventually went home and was able to do things afterwards. Was able to drink, was able to go bowling if he wanted to. Was able to take up kite surfing or learn how to rock climb or something. Learn how to go to a pottery class. It's not what he did, but he had the chance to. He was able to live a semi-normal life before he got to Desert Shield and Desert Storm. And maybe even afterwards. I wasn't entirely sure when his military career ended after Desert Storm, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't right away. I'm pretty sure he didn't come home from Desert Storm, take off his uniform, and that was his last, thing that he ever did with the military. So, we've got this concept of Jody's got your girl. It works both ways, and it is way the fuck different than civilian world is. The way different than the civilian world goes. And to show you that difference and to sort of illustrate it, I think that inherently you already know. I think I'm belaboring the point here. But I will give you some direct examples for the academic among us. The ones that are going to want some actual case studies of this, instead of just me telling you what you already inherently know. Okay? So let's get to it. So, whenever I was in A school, in the Navy, you have boot camp, right? You have the recruit training command and all that. So you spend a good 9 weeks there, give or take. If you're me, you can go into holding. So in between boot camp and my job training, boot camp is kind of like your entrance into a company, right? You've now, after boot camp, you've learned how to work at Walmart, right? If Walmart had a boot camp, that would be it. But now they're going to train you to either be a stock associate or a manager or an assistant manager or work in the bakery, work in the deli. Now they're going to train you on the specific job that you're going to be doing inside Walmart. So boot camp is your entrance into the Navy. Now you're a sailor. A school. We called it A school. That's where you learn your job in the Navy. Your military occupational specialty. That's your tech school. Whatever you want to call it. The Navy called it A school at the time. And they called it A school because there used to be a B school, but it went out of service, I think. I think it's no longer a thing anymore. We have C schools in the Navy. For example, one of our C schools, I was a Master at Arms, which is basically military police. And there was a C school called Military Working Dog. It's where you have a military working dog. So they can sniff out drugs or bombs. Most of the dogs that you get in the military are sniffing out bombs. We don't need too many drug dogs in the military. Everybody kind of either passes their piss test or they don't, right? Either way. So that's military working dog. So you can go to A school, graduate, and then if you're really good and they need a military working dog, so you have to be not just good but also lucky, then you can possibly qualify for entrance into that C school. And you can have an additional little thing that you're trained for on top of your regular job. And even do that almost an exclusivity for like a duty station or two. And then for the rest of your career, you go back to your regular job. It's very strange. Anyways, A school. After boot camp, I was in holding for 3 weeks while I was waiting for a spot in A school. And then eventually that spot opened up about 3 weeks later. And then I was in A school. While I was in A school, the idea of Jody's Got Your Girl continued. This is still training. You're officially a sailor in the United States Navy or whatever. It works a little bit differently than the other branches. The other branches don't consider you a member of that particular military branch until after you get past your job training. You're not useful yet, therefore you're not a member yet. But in the Navy, you actually can become a striper, they call it, I think. If I remember it correctly. A striker. That's it. You're striking for a rate. A rate, which is a job. Strikers can do stuff on board ships and stuff like that. They can work in the Navy. They can do jobs. They're just not trained to do those jobs yet. They don't have the baseline skills. If they become particularly good at a job and they request it and that request is accepted, then they can go and actually go to an A school and hopefully graduate and do stuff like that. Until then, they're a striker. So, I was officially a sailor. Then I went to A school to become a Master at Arms in the United States Navy. While I was in A school, since this is still training, one of the instructors, good old MA1, MA being his rate, Master at Arms, his job, 1 being his rank. It actually means that he's an E6. One of the MA1s that was in charge of us was talking about Jody's Got Your Girl. And so we had already begun to, as the sailors, joke left and right about Jody's Got Your Girl. And one of the other sailors was talking to MA1 and he says, "Oh, what if Jody's got your girl? Huh, MA1?" And he goes, "As long as she's got dinner on the table whenever I go home, then it's fine by me." And they said, whoa, you're really not bothered by somebody else sticking their pickle in your pickle jar, you know? And he says, no, it doesn't affect me at all. You know, as long as she doesn't catch anything, as long as she uses protection, it literally does not affect me in any way, shape, or form. And that's the objective truth about the matter. Lots of people have lots of more philosophical and religious sayings in this regard, but the objective truth in the matter is that no, it doesn't actually affect you at all. It doesn't affect you in any way, shape, or form if Jody's got your girl. It doesn't. He's right. That doesn't stop so many different people from falling victim to this whole thing. It doesn't stop people from jumping off of the same bridge that everybody else is jumping off of simply because they're jumping off of it. I use this example quite a bit. See, I'm a Buddhist. I converted to Buddhism during my time stationed in Korea. It was a long story, but whenever I was 18 and desperate, I took a job as an actor. I had 3 lines in a movie called Gameheads the Movie, and it was in a flashback sequence. I had also taken a friend along, and he only had 1 line. So, guess who's winning now? It doesn't matter. Either way, those were my 3 lines. I was an actor within that movie, a movie called Gameheads. And the Gameheads movie director was a guy that I knew and was very well acquainted with, was considered myself to be very good friends with him. And whenever they came out with the DVD, I looked at the DVD extras, and sure enough, there was an advertisement for Bad Buddhist Radio within the DVD, which at the time was a podcast that the director of that movie ran that was all about Buddhism. And after listening to it for quite some time, I converted. Either way, Buddhism is all about attachments, and it's all about, getting rid of your attachments in a lot of ways, because ridding yourself of your attachments can help you out quite a bit in your life. That's at least bad Buddhism. That's the Burning Wheel sect of Buddhism that I belong to. Your branch of Buddhism might have entirely different goals. So whenever speaking about attachments, I use this example quite a bit. Let's say you witness something. You witness something where a guy comes up and starts keying a car. So he's taking his car keys and he's carving up the paint job on this other car. As he's doing that, somebody bursts through a door in an apartment building or whatever and says, "Hey, you're fucking keying my car. Cut that out." And the guy who's keying the car says, "No, fuck you, you cheating son of a bitch." And then the guy who bursts through the door says, "I'll fucking kill you." And he comes out and he starts to strike the person keying his car with his fists and feet. The cops are called. Both members of this whole situation are carted off to jail in separate directions, and you're left to just continue on with your life. What the fuck was that? Now, this is a very realistic scenario, I think, that's blatantly obvious. For a Western-style audience directly, definitely. This thing makes sense. If you were having your car keyed, you'd be pretty pissed off, too. Hell, you might even resort to violence just like that guy did. But let's look at the objective facts of the situation. Was guy number 2 doing anything wrong before he started hitting the other guy? No. The objectively correct answer in this situation goes like this. Guy number 2 pops open the door, says, "Hey, you're keying my car. Stop." Guy number 1 says, "Fuck you, you cheating piece of shit." Guy number 2 calls the cops. Guy number 1 is carted away, charged with vandalism, and might even have to pay back that damage. Nothing bad happens to guy number 2. You understand? See how this goes? That's the objectively correct situation, but you understand where guy number 2 is coming from. Why? What the fuck does your car have to do with you? You might pause this right now and try to figure out yourself exactly why you understand why guy number 2 hit guy number 1. You could sit there for ages asking yourself that question. The answer is that guy number 2 thinks that his car and himself are the same thing. He's acting like he is being attacked, that the guy number 1 is vandalizing guy number 2 himself. Like guy number 1 is going around and leaving scars in his actual body. Why is he reacting that way? Because he thinks that him and his car are one and the same. They are attached. They are the same thing. It's not worth going to jail for assault. But guy number 2 is thinking that his car and himself are the same entity. The car is part of guy number 2's identity. Now let's say that this thing happens in a different way. Reverse time, okay. You're walking down the street doing whatever, and you see the whole exchange. Guy number 1 comes up, starts keying guy number 2's car. Guy number 2 bursts out the door, says, "Hey, stop keying that car, it's mine." Guy number 1 says, "Fuck you, you cheating piece of shit." And then guy number 2 actually calls the cops and everything. You're almost kind of incredulous. How did guy number 2 this time do the logical thing? Cops come and cart away guy number 1. So you go and talk to guy number 2. What's his secret? How was he able to control his temper, his anger? Guy number 2 reveals to you that that's not his car. That's actually a company vehicle that was assigned to him by his company. He's a military recruiter. That's a company car. It's not his. It's the one that, is assigned to him and everything, that belongs to him. But, so that's why he asked him to stop. Otherwise, he's not attached to the car. He didn't spend money on the car. He's not invested in the car. The company will do whatever. Maybe he'll drive around a keyed up car for a little bit, but that's about it. He's not angry about it. And now it becomes understandable. He's not attached to the car. But the average person, especially here in the West, aren't aware that they can detach themselves from their own vehicle. I'm not likely to be guy number 2 in the first scenario. If you key my car, I'm likely to just call the cops. And you're likely to go to jail for vandalism. Be charged everything and possibly have to repair the damages. I'm likely to be guy number 2 in the second scenario because I voluntarily detached myself from my car. I spent my money on it. I've done a lot with the car. I've repaired it quite a bit. I'm invested in it, but I'm still not attached to it. I'm likely to be guy number 2. And people aren't aware that they can detach themselves from certain things. This whole Jody Got Your Girl process is the process of detaching you from your family, from your romantic partner, from your home life. So that hopefully if you come home and she's in bed with somebody else, you can just say, okay. How do you detach yourself from certain things? That's all the job of Buddhism. Of course, I'm going to recommend Bad Buddhist Radio. I believe that that's a defunct website. You can probably find everything that you need through Bad Buddhist Video now. The director of that movie that I was in, he was, he's quit paying his podcasting fees and stuff, and eventually took everything to YouTube where everything was nice and free. So I believe you can find everything there, but there are other ways to do it as well. I'm not the expert in it. I just learned how to do it and did it. To teach others, I don't know. I did that back in 2008. It's 2024. I don't know. I don't remember all the steps. Go there. So, it helps everybody, but you can see the incredulousness. The fact of the matter is that if you're away from home in the military and your significant other decides to use a dildo to give herself sexual pleasure, it really doesn't matter whether or not that dildo is attached to another human being, does it? Objectively, I know that you're going to have lots of philosophical arguments for this and everything else, but objectively speaking, it doesn't matter. There's nothing going on. So, as long as her romantic partner wears protection, doesn't matter that she cheated on you. And cheating is all a matter of your relationship agreement in the first place. Remember whenever number 21 cheated with the monarch's wife and Venture Brothers, and then way later he finally reveals this information, and the monarch says that they're swingers, that they've slept with lots of different people. He's not upset about it at all. So cheating is really what was the agreement beforehand. I knew a couple of swingers in high school. It's very strange to me because the woman was incredibly attractive. The man, not so much. That's not the thing that was incredible about me. It's the way that he acted later on down the line and became obsessed with another friend of mine. That whole thing didn't make much sense to me. And his actions ever since then, he's a mystery to me. But that's besides the point. Point is that at the end of the day, they were swingers. And it was a little confusing to the rest of us whenever they went into a party. Everybody thought that they were still romantically involved with each other, and they started making out with other people and doing everything else. And they had to explain their new situation. And then they went home together. Like I said, very strange. But the objective reality of the matter is that this doesn't matter. There was a episode of the show Bullshit with Penn and Teller that talks about this specific dynamic, that romantic relationships, it doesn't have to be one man, one woman. It doesn't have to be so cut and dry, that there's room for other things. That it doesn't make sense in nature or whatever. Any of the other arguments that you have against it, they just don't fit. They're just not objectively true. You can say, well, you can look at all these relationships and say that they're not working, stuff like that. You can say these kind of things, but you can't back it up with actual science. You don't have anything that's actually conclusive. There are programs to help out people who are in long-distance relationships because long-distance relationships are harder than regular relationships. Absence does not make the heart grow fonder. It does the exact opposite. We have the objective proof of this. So many programs exist to help through these situations. Even federal programs paid for by your tax dollars, programs for military people exist to help them out in their long-distance relationships, because long-distance relationships are hard, and we know that these are the objective facts. It is harder to be in a long-distance relationship than it is to be in a close-distance relationship, period. So we know this. So there are stuff to counteract these objective facts. Pretty cool, huh? But in the meantime, your particular arguments, whether or not anything outside of a man and a woman in a relationship that's somehow or another degeneracy and it's leading to the downfall of society and civilization, those sort of counter arguments, if you make any of those, they don't really hold much water. So cheating is all reliant on the thing itself. So the incredulousness of these couple of young sailors in A school that I witnessed with my own eyes, that incredulousness makes sense to you, more than likely, especially if you're a fellow Westerner like myself. If you were born and raised in America, this is sort of the bridge that we're all jumping off of because everybody's always all jumping off of the same bridge. I've detached myself from my vehicle. My vehicle does not define me as a human being. I am not what I own. But that's something I did myself. That was my own practice and everything. And I had to work on it with myself. I didn't have a church to go to. I didn't have a Buddhist monastery to go to or anything. I just had to listen to this podcast and get the steps and then work on it on my own. It's something that I wanted to do. So I had to do all of that homework myself. It wasn't something automatic that I got from all of these, from the society, stuff like that. Jody's Got Your Girl, that is something that is trying to counteract society's thing. It's trying to detach yourself from romantic partners. And it's only one piece of the puzzle. Later on, whenever I was talking to people in ROTC about the open relationship with my wife, they said, "Are you really okay with having an open relationship?" I said, "Yeah." And they said, "So if I slept with your wife, you'd be okay with that?" And I said, "I couldn't stop you." And I said, "If I slept with your romantic partner, could you stop me?" And they get aggressive. They say, "I can beat your ass right here." I said, "That's not what I said." I said, "Could you stop me?" You have to sleep sometime. You can't keep your romantic partner in a cage 24 hours a day, only letting her out to sleep with you and go back into her cage. That's not going to help either one of you. You're just going to be worried about her 24/7. And if you do get in her cage, I can learn how to fucking pick a lock. All right? Get her a chastity belt. Get her whatever the fuck you want. I've got welding gloves, you know? I can still get in there while you sleep. I can still do these things. And that's the objective reality of the situation. If she's not free, let her go. Jody's got your girl. I don't know if the people that I was talking to at that point in time, I don't know if that really sunk in. They're doing the Jody's got your girl thing your entire military career. And hopefully you, like Swafford, eventually get it through your head. If not, there might be some severe consequences. Just like the Marine in Swafford's book that was put on suicide watch. You might not consider that a severe consequence, but because the man married somebody who was unfaithful, he almost lost his life. That's the end. If you lose your life, it's game over, man. There are no respawn points here in real life. Once your life ends, that's it. That's all she wrote. Jody's Got Your Girl is a life-saving measure. So this is just one moment of the movie Jarhead that I didn't really take a liking to whenever I first saw it. And one reason why I didn't take a liking to Jarhead the movie, whenever I first saw it, I was sitting there saying that it wouldn't happen to me, but I didn't believe myself. And that cognitive dissonance got me in a state where I was angry. I was angry at having watched this movie. I was angry at the movie for making me feel this way. Because the reality is, if these Special Forces Marines couldn't keep faithful partners, then what the fuck chance do I have? As if being a Special Forces Marine has anything to do with having a romantic partner. Like they're the same skill set. Doesn't make any sense, does it? Not objectively. But at the time, I was drinking the same Kool-Aid that everybody else was drinking. I hadn't detached myself yet. I hadn't internalized the fact that Jody had already had my girl. What were the effects in my own life? Did I have a bunch of unfaithful partners? That's why I'm belaboring this point. I'm just whining about some people that cheated on me. No, as far as I know, I mostly or entirely had faithful partners the entire time I was in the military. Period. And I was mostly faithful to my partners the entire time I was in the military. At some point in time, I had a situation that I didn't really know how to control. This was the other part. This is the part of Jarhead, the book, which really sinks down. I didn't read Jarhead, the book, until literally like a couple of days ago. And Swafford has balls. And has the balls to be completely honest. And tell you precisely what's on his mind. Hearing somebody like Dr. Brad Blanton and his book, Radical Lies, or rather his book, Some New Type of Trailer Trash, which is his more biographical book, hearing him saying that that he loved to come, and it was one of his favorite things to do, and so he came a lot whenever he was growing up in the 70s. It kind of tempers the conversation, doesn't it? Everybody was wild in the 70s. I just watched an interview that the late, great George Carlin was doing with Chris Rock, and he was talking about how he didn't fucking remember anything about the 80s because the man did so much cocaine. So it kind of tempers the conversation whenever you're talking about an era. That's like somebody in World War I talking about how blasé they were about living in a trench. Living in a ditch, living in a trench, stuff like that. It's just something that everybody was doing at the time in that area. Hearing somebody that had a relatively normal relationship in the 70s, that's more of a novel idea. Hearing somebody that went buck wild and started, blasting their man goo and in and on as many people as humanly possible in the 70s, that's like hearing somebody checking their watch to try to find out what time it is. Swafford, during the course of his book, he doesn't hold anything back. He's got balls, testicles. He's actually telling you what went on in his mind. Not just the way that he spoke, but the way that he thought. Do you know how many people are locked in an endless thing where they are mad at themselves for what they think? They think that their thoughts are ultimately the thing that defines them, and that they've thought things that are so wrong that they cannot come back from that they are irreparable, a demon, who cannot, make up for their sins because of what they thought. Literally, if somebody hands them a baby and they have that intrusive thought that says, hey, I should drop this baby real quick and then kick it in midair, make a fucking field goal. They think that because they thought that, they are irreparable. That's what's called a intrusive thought. That's why there's a term for it, intrusive thought. It doesn't mean anything. It's like the call of the void, where you think, hey, I should jump off this ledge whenever you're up on a high ledge, and you're going, what the fuck was that? It's just a thing. It's a condition of being human. It has nothing to do with anything. But Swafford is sitting here not telling us every single intrusive thought. I don't think he remembers all of those. I don't think any of us do. He's telling us the ones that are going over and over and over again. The things that enter his mind time and time and time again. During A school, there was an old friend of mine whose girlfriend and him had broken up. And she decided to take a heavy interest in me, all of a sudden, seemingly out of nowhere. Saying that she'd always had a crush on me or something along those lines. It wasn't until way, way later in life that I discovered that a lot of people had a crush on me in high school. And man, if they would have told me that then. I used to come around and I had a saying that I would do. And this is an awful saying, but I said it, so I'll say it now. I'll repeat myself from what used to come out of my mouth. I am drawing strength from Swafford's display of balls, of bravery, to try and replicate poorly what he has done. I used to say that my biggest regret in life was not cheating on my first fiance, because of the sheer amount of people that had crushes on me in high school. Isn't that awful? It is. And it should be. But it also isn't. Why? The human condition. The whole thing with evolutionary psychology and whether or not it bears any bearing whatsoever, the genetic predisposition of the human male to spread his seed as far and wide as humanly possible. So, in layman's term, to come in as many pussies as you can before you die. That's what our evolutionary drive as human males are trying to get us to do. Apparently, according to a few evolutionary psychologists, women are most likely to cheat whenever their ovulation cycle is at their peak, whenever they are most likely to accept male sperm and make a baby. That's whenever they are most likely to cheat. And there's also X amount of people are raising children that are not their own due to this precise situation where women will sleep with people that are more attractive than their own and go with the caregiver, not the lover, for a long-term relationship, blah, blah, blah. We have these statistics. They're kind of wonky, and people make a lot of really strange sort of they draw strange conclusions because of these little bits and pieces, so I don't recommend going too far into it. What I fucking recommend is a Dr. Daniel Amen spec brain scan and to take care of whatever's, going on in your head so that you're not held back by any of these things. That's what I fucking recommend. But besides that, the reality is that a lot of people will look at this and say, well, life's not worth living. Women are all whores and men are all fucking gross. But just accept yourself for who you are, much like you accept these impulsive thoughts. These intrusive thoughts. It's just a part of being a human being. The sooner you accept it, the sooner that you can move on and no longer have to really think about it. Think of yourself as the caregiver. Think of yourself as the lover. Doesn't fucking matter. Think of yourself as you. Find somebody who accepts you for who you are. Don't try to become anything else. Unless what you are is a person that doesn't shower a lot. Well, hygiene's important, man. It's how we got rid of a lot of medical fatalities. Surgeons began to wash their hands. Try not to be gross. Anyways. While I was in A school, this former friend of mine's girlfriend, ex-girlfriend, had taken interest in me. And I decided that she was what I needed. I had broken off with my ex-fiance shortly before I went into boot camp. There was 3 things that I wanted her to do. I wanted her to trust me. She was very untrusting of me. She was very possessive. She would call the place that I was going to make sure I was there whenever I said I was going somewhere. If I said I'm going to my friend's house, she would call my friend's house. She wouldn't call me on my cell phone or something like that. She would call my friend's house, back whenever people had house phones. If I went to McDonald's, she would call McDonald's to make sure I went there. That's, later on, I figured out that that's not just possessive behavior, but it's abusive behavior. Again, she can lock me in a cage all she wants. The moment that she blinks for too long, I can go in hyperspeed and sleep with somebody else. And by the time that she's done blinking, she'll be none the wiser. Right? She has to sleep sometimes. She's got to let me go. Fact of the matter is that she was a nymphomaniac, and we slept together about 9 times a day. It was exhausting. There was times whenever we had to use extra lubrication. We'd have to go buy that from drugstores. CVS, Walgreens. There were times whenever I was chafed. I had a chafed penis. And it was physically painful to have more sex. Anytime people are like, oh, there can't be too much of a good thing. Anytime somebody tells you that, whenever they're talking about dating a nymphomaniac, reach over and fucking purple up their nipple. Twist their nipple until they yell at you to stop. And then say, hey, you can't have too much of a good thing. And they'll say, well, that's a bad thing that hurt. And you say, yeah, too much sex hurts. For fuck's sake. It's a point where it's painful. It's like these sorts of things, that there is too much of anything. Thirsty, too much water, you'll drown. You need air, too much oxygen, you'll actually... I can't remember the gases in the atmosphere, but it's not pure oxygen, Too much oxygen, something bad will happen. I don't know. People get high at oxygen bars. Whether or not those still exist, I'm sure they do. People are weird. They spend their money on weird things. Anyways. So you've got this this whole thing. With my buddy's ex-girlfriend, I had broken up with my ex-fiance. The other things that I wanted her to do was learn how to cook. It's not because of any sexist reason. It's because her family ate nothing but fast food, and she was sick all the time. And I said, I can't be there to baby you, and when you're sick all the time in the military. And with my career in the military, that very much is true. There's several times that I was away from the base for sometimes weeks at a time, doing different things. A lot of times in The two duty stations that I had active duty was South Korea and Oklahoma. I don't know why Oklahoma, but whatever. So that was my two duty stations while I was active duty in the Navy. Whenever I was away for weeks at a time in Korea, it was because in Korea I had in Korea I had to help out with ship support teams whenever our Navy ships would pull into port and would refuel and restock and stuff like that. While they were restocking, half of the men would go on vacation, and so they needed cops around to make sure they didn't fight with the locals and like. So this whole time that they're in port, we'd be there. And you say, well, they can't be there that long. Correct. But there's a lot of ships. So it might be one after the other, after the other, after the other, coming in for port. And then soon enough, I'm there for 2 straight weeks, which happened plenty of times. Sure, I was only an hour away from base. She could visit us, but it wasn't going to be too good. And most of the married people that would go with us and do this kind of stuff, most of the married people would be, their wives would stay home. Their spouses would stay home. Making coffee. That's what you hear in the background here. So, that was that. And we had some end-of-the-world drills while I was stationed in Tinker Air Force Base. We'd go away and start like a new little miniature base somewhere else. Pretend that somebody just hit us with bombs and we need to counterattack somewhere else. And we'd be gone doing that for weeks at a time. That would happen several times a year. So no, I couldn't sit there and baby her while she was sick. Third thing that I wanted her to do was learn how to defend herself. I wanted her to take judo or something. I was in judo at the time. She would go to the meetings sometimes, but she refused to participate. And the thing was, I couldn't be around to protect her 24/7. Whenever I was in Korea, while I was active duty, blonde women, my first fiance was a blonde. Blonde women would be considered hookers until proven otherwise. And there was several stories at the time from English as a second language teachers, where people would essentially take advantage of them, assault them sexually, and leave a couple of dollars in their hand because they were so nervous and didn't know how to communicate to them that they wanted to take advantage of their services as a hooker, as a prostitute. And so, yes, this very much could have been a situation where she needed to know how to defend herself, period. So, that was that. Like I said, I brought up a lot of stuff earlier because she didn't really have any reason to be really suspicious of me, because I never did cheat on her, and I don't think I could. After sleeping with her 9 times a day, having a chafed penis, it literally is, it hurts to engage in sexual activity, and I'm not a person who likes pain. With all of these situations going on at the same time, well, you know, that's not, it's not something that she really needed to work about. I think she had effectively locked me in a cage with her sexual appetite. Anyways, I just don't think it was possible for me to cheat on her with anybody else. I'm reminded of that cat They have that picture of a cat that had to get on a glucose drip because he slept with like 10 female cats in one night. My man's a hero. Those who are really against masturbation, they've developed a coalition and they all gather under the kingdom of NoFap and look at one particular doctor who is against the pleasuring of yourself. I had to quit pleasuring myself for a while to get tested for my fertility to find out that I was infertile. Something that I did during my previous marriage. And so you have to abstain from masturbation for quite some time. So I looked to the experts, got sucked into their little club for a little while. But they repeatedly repeat this one study that says that, hey, you know, here's a hamster who fucked himself to death, fucked so many people. It said, like, in this situation, if there's a ton of available females, the hamster or whatever will get hard over and over again until they die. They'll fuck themselves to death. And so that's what they claim. That's their claim. But it's a study on hamsters. We don't have any, you know, huge case studies of one man with a shitload of available women. I mean, we've got a case study. We've got several dictatorships where people have essentially prima nocta. Kim Jong-un hasn't fucking fucked himself to death. Got plenty of available women. They got to do what he says or you kill him. Got plenty of people with plenty of wives. Stuff doesn't happen. So the point's kind of moot, and they bring it up over and over and over again. It's exhausting. Either way. So if you ask them the possibility of me cheating on other people even after having sex 9 times a day, if you ask them, it's absolutely the case. If you ask me, my dick hurt. So I don't think that that's going to be something that's going to fly, right? I don't think I was capable. They can say whatever they want. So I had broken it off with my first fiance before I began my first day active duty in the United States Navy because she didn't do any of the 3 of these things that I required of her. Like I said, with the full benefit of hindsight, they were very good requirements. But, you know, I had to work out for 2 hours a day and do a job. I was working at the theater for 6 months before I started my first day active duty. I did all of that. I played a lot of Time Crisis, that game series, because I couldn't afford to just go to a gun range to try to get good at guns. Believe it or not, I believe that it helped because at the end of the day, you know, gun basics, once you get used to the weight of the gun in your hand and the recoil, everything else is just aiming, stuff like that. So I do believe it helped. And, well, the results speak for themselves. In boot camp, I shot marksman. In A school, I shot sharpshooter with the pistol, with the service pistol. And marksman with the M16 service rifle, which is what was given to us at the time, back in 2007. And then whenever I got to my first duty station, I shot expert the first time that I shot the pistol, and I shot sharpshooter the first time that I shot with the M16 at my first duty station. And then later, whenever I had to try again, whenever we went and did it again, shot expert with both, got 2 expert ribbons. It's only a Navy thing to get expert ribbons with your sidearm and your rifle, but that's besides the point. Either way, like I said, the results speak for themselves. So I was memorizing a bunch of stuff that the Navy Delayed Enlistment Program wanted me to memorize. Ranks, I want to say boats, the 11 General Orders of the Century, walk my post from plank to plank, take no shit from any rank. That's not one of them, but that they consider it they consider it a secret 12th one. It's at least an old Navy joke. Anyway, the so I was doing all of this, and my ex-fiance at the time was doing nothing whatsoever. Later on down the line, going through a couple of abuse counseling sessions and stuff like that, eventually figured out that she was probably on the more... we've already established that she was abusively possessive, according to the abuse counselors that I went to in 2018 at the Violence Prevention Center in Belleville, Illinois. So, want to argue with them. I'm just repeating what they said. So we already get that part, but also on top of everything else, she was probably on the higher side of narcissism, not necessarily medical in nature, so not full-on narcissistic personality disorder, but on the higher side of narcissism for sure, with her insistence that I do everything and she does nothing, and that there's nothing wrong with that. Possessiveness and everything else. But since I gave her all the way up until I left for boot camp to make those 3 changes. The thing is, she didn't take even one step towards it. Now, I never even thought about cheating on her even once whenever we were together as teenagers in high school. I never thought about cheating on her even once. Like I said, with us going at each other 9 times a day, this was, quite a bit. But I had realized that I had a very, very large crush on a very particular person. Whenever I was in middle school, there was a sorry. I grew up in Alton, Illinois, and Alton, Illinois has gone through a lot of, reconstruction maybe. So I started middle school, 6th grade, in West Middle School, which is right across from the Catholic Children's Home in Alton, Illinois. And they closed that down and made it into West Elementary School. By the way, middle school is for overseas audiences. We go to pre-kindergarten. It's sometimes preschool, sometimes as low as like 2, but probably 3 and 4. And then whenever we turn 5, somewhere around that time frame, we'll probably go to kindergarten, and then 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and then 6th, we come out of the middle school, or out of the elementary school most times, in public school systems here in the United States. And for 6th, 7th, and 8th, you go to middle school. Then in 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, you're in high school, primary, finishing out your primary education. Then you can go to college for... No, actually, high school is the secondary education because it's optional. Your parents can sign a form and you can drop out of high school. And then you get your tertiary education at college, which is optional as well. Anyways, so 6th grade I was in West Middle School. 7th grade I was in East Middle School, and which has shut down and became East Elementary School. But it was open for the 2 years that I was in it, and I met some guy. I think the first year I was in it, I was kind of halfway in and halfway out, because I went to behavior disorder classes my entire life to that point, and I thought I was going to stay because it was easy. I could get a certain sudden burst of energy and then just, take all of the history for that entire semester, take a couple tests, and then I was done with history. I could, then take a week or two off, just do whatever for the entire time I was in there, and then get a sudden burst of energy and do all of the math. And I could just do shit like that. It was very non-traditional, and which was very easy to me. Then, whenever I was moving from West Middle School to East Middle School, there was a guy that came in and talked to all of us behavior disorder class kids and said that you're not going to get the best education in behavior disorder classes. So if you're not trying to leave behavior disorder classes and get yourself under control, then you need to start now, because you're going to be trapped here for 8 hours a day anyways. And that was alarming to me. So I was like, I want, the best that I can get. So I was halfway in, halfway out. I was half of my classes in behavior disorder classes for 7th grade. Then for 8th grade, I was pretty much fully a normal student in normal classes until with a weekly talking to the counselor just to make sure that I'm still doing well. Anyways, during all of that, during 8th grade in particular, I made about 3 friends. Finally. My family had moved around a lot. At that point in time, the only friend that I had was a kid named Derek that I met in Clara Barton Elementary School, which is also shut down and became an empty building in Alton. But I met him in 2nd grade and then later moved beside his father, who's now passed on. And his father got custody of him every weekend, every other weekend. So me and him became best friends, reconnecting. But besides him and the kids that lived in my neighborhood, I didn't have too many friends. And, well, I didn't know what to do about that. I didn't think that I fit in with the neighborhood kids. They were kind of rough. We lived behind the Catholic Children's Home, about a block or two behind it. And that wasn't the best neighborhood. I was lucky because there was a lot of kids my age. But aside from that, they were kind of rough kids. And if I recall correctly, I think most of them spent time incarcerated, if not damn near every one of them. Every time that I came across someone in my life that was from that area, grew up in that general, time period and area, and they haven't spent time incarcerated, it's always a shock. It's always a surprise. But they wanted to do shit like smoke weed and stuff like that. I had a stepfather from as far back as I could remember. I gained consciousness at age 5. And so I had this stepfather as far back as I could remember, who eventually knocked up my mom, and she gave birth to the first 2 of my 3 little brothers. And that wasn't until I was 12 years old that my oldest little brother came around. He just turned 24, I think, today. Like, today's his birthday. I wish him a happy birthday on Facebook. But, we, these kids, because I had grown up with this stepfather for such a long period of time, I didn't like the guy. He was abusive to me and my mom. Beat us on a daily or semi-daily basis, every other day basis. He was very mean. And he smoked a lot of weed. He drank. There was times that he did whippets. Apparently, my mother caught him huffing paint once. I don't think I ever witnessed that in particular. But the guy wasn't the best. He was not the best guy. My own father had skipped town pretty much as soon as he could and moved to Florida. He was big into his hobby, bicycle motocross. I don't know why they call it motocross, because bicycles don't have motors, but whatever. So he was into that, and he figured that if he moved someplace sunny, he could do it year-round instead of having to pause every time that winter comes around. Well, as it turns out, Florida's got a rainy season, and nobody in BMX can afford to do all the dirt mounds and everything indoors. So whenever it rains, can't do BMX. So I've been laughing about that for about 36 years of my life. So anyways. He never paid child support, so fuck that guy. Whatever. So anywho, I had this stepfather who had done these horrible things to us, and I blamed it on, at the time I was a child, I blamed it on all of his drugs and everything. So I made a promise to myself that I would never become like him, and it's a promise that I've kept. I've never beat any of my romantic interests, never attacked any of these people, never really abused any of these people in any way, shape, or form. So I've successfully not become like that guy. After my mom and him got divorced, whenever I was about 14 years old, he went and lived in his mom's house and in the basement and did lots of more drugs. My oldest little brother says that he's now clean, but I'll believe it whenever I see it. I don't know, I have a lot of faith with that guy, and I don't know anybody who does. Anyways, so with the neighborhood kids wanting to do drugs and stuff like that, I didn't get along with them too much. I talked to them, on occasion, but otherwise, I avoided them. So these two friends in 8th grade, these two new friends, they were a treat. My best friend Derek, at the time, he didn't do no drugs. He seemed that he was on the right path. He was going to go and do maybe even great things. Even though almost nobody liked him. Nobody liked Derek. Thought he was the most annoying fucking shit in the whole world. And he was this entitled dick. Complained constantly about everything. Nothing in the world was good enough for him. He was his own creature. But I liked him. He was my best friend. And so, that was me. That was Derek. With these two new friends, I now had somebody that I could hang out with more often than once every other week or whatever. And it wasn't that dire, by the way. It wasn't like I only got to see my best friend once every other weekend. His parents quickly took a, I don't know, with my mom and my stepdad. I don't know if you would say that they took a liking to us or what, but they took something. They said, "Oh wow, these Derek has a best friend. Let's use his family as often as fucking possible." They would drop Derek off at our house. Sometimes Derek would knock on the door, and just like my parents would, my mom or my stepdad would open the door, and the man would have like a sleeping bag and like 3 days worth of fucking food or some shit. It was wild. Like his parents wouldn't ask permission for us or anything. Like sometimes the guy would just come in and, oh, I'll keep him for a week or two. Okay. It's fucking crazy. So it wasn't that dire, but the opportunity to have more friends, yeah, I took those opportunities as often as I could. So, I was partnered up. I had some lab partners in some science class to dissect a frog. And the lab partners were pretty funny, and they weren't like the other kids. And so one day I biked all the way down to wherever they lived. They lived on the other side of Alton, closer to the border of Godfrey, Illinois. So I biked all the way out there to meet my friend James, and I did that quite often. And quite often, my other friend Fritz was there. His first name is Matthew. My first name is Matthew. We live in the Midwest. There was a lot of kids named Matthew. So we all went by our last names. The first time that I was out in town, my first duty station in South Korea, they said, one of my coworkers said, "Hey, let's stop calling each other by our last names, which is something that you do in the military." And they said, "That's our slave name. Let's call each other by our first names. Ain't that right, Matt?" And I was like, "Who the fuck is Matt?" It was like, even my mom would call me Mr. Motley. It's my last name. Whenever I was in trouble, it was Matthew Roger Motley. But other than that, I heard my first name so seldomly while I was growing up that, frankly, like, I was way used to being called my last name. So Fritz was Matt Fritz. Spalding was Matt Spalding. And so we all called each other by our last names if our first name was Matthew. Saying the word Matt, it would just cause too many people to turn around, right? Well, out here in the Midwest where everybody gets their name straight from the Bible. Nobody's very creative at all. So, keeping all that in mind, and so I'd go all the way to James's house on the other side of Alton. I'd bike all the way down there. James never learned how to ride a bike. I don't understand why his dad didn't teach him. Maybe his dad never learned how to ride a bike, but his dad was the radio man in the Marines. Whenever he was in the Marines, at the time, he worked for a vending machine company to restock vending machines. But either way, James couldn't ride a bike. So once I got to James's house, if we were going anywhere else, we were hoofing it. Because other than that, you would just have to like ride like 2 miles an hour next to James and risk falling off the bike. It wasn't fun. And so you just hoofed it. You just walked wherever else he wanted to go. And we spent a lot of our youth hanging out at the Alton Square Mall. Not buying anything. We didn't have any fucking money, but just hang out there. It was a place to gather. It was something to do. Just whatever. So, that was all of that. That was our experience there. It's just me, James, every now and again I would go down to Fritz's house, spend the night, but Fritz lived up by the Lovejoy Monument, closer to the Lovejoy Monument, next to a place that I always insisted on calling Chuck E. Chicken, but it was really Fast Eddie's Chicken. It's just it hasn't been open, I don't know, ever since, from my recollection. I don't think it's fucking ever been open while I've been alive. But either way, very strange. So that was his place. It was in a bad neighborhood. It wasn't the best neighborhood at the time, and I think he lived in a duplex, and the place was infested with rats. You would just wake up in the middle of the night to the sound of somebody fucking beat the shit out of rats with a metal baseball bat. The kid was just a prodigy with it. So that would wake you up in the middle of the night. It's not the best way to wake up in the middle of the night. So there was a lot of reasons to not hang out with Fritz. Through them, I met Robert, and I would hang out with him quite a bit. Nobody liked Robert either. Everybody considered him really annoying, not exactly best friends. And he lived near James, not too far away from James. Somehow or another, I managed to meet my buddy Alex, and Alex basically lived down the street from us. He lived closer to the bar district in Alton, Illinois, next to the river, right across the street from ConAgra. So he lived about halfway down that hill. What is that hill? State Street Hill? Something like that? So I started hanging out with him quite a bit. He was fairly close, and he knew how to ride a bike. So all good things. Robert knew how to ride a bike too, but I think since we were always hanging out with James, he would usually ditch it. And on occasion, I was already riding my bike to school sometimes at East Middle School, which was so far away from the Catholic Children's Home. And the Catholic Children's Home, it's it's basically on top of State Street Hill, down a few blocks, and then like 2-3 blocks behind that's where I lived. In the meantime, East Middle School is up the street from the new and improved Alton Police Station. Like, it's past Fast Eddie's. It's fairly close to the border of East Alton. And my buddy Derek lived down the street from that. He literally lived about a block away from where Clara Barton used to be. As of this recording, Clara Barton is still an abandoned building. It's still there. They haven't torn it down or anything. So, with him being so far away, I didn't often have. I didn't often go all the way to his place to hang out with my best bud, So that was always a barrel of laughs. But there was this kid that I sat behind in one of my classes. I don't know what it was. English class, maybe? I don't know. But I sat behind him in one of my classes, and I would annoy him. I would poke him in the back with my pencil eraser, until one day he lifted up his shirt and showed me that he had a bunch of bruises from me doing that. So I quit doing that. I was just like a hyper 8th grader, I guess. And that kid's name was Aaron, and I ended up becoming friends with his whole family. Aaron didn't have any friends. Aaron, Aaron and I got along because we played some of the same games on the PlayStation. And then one day, and Aaron didn't have any friends. Aaron hung out with him and Patrick. Patrick eventually became a guy that had way too many fucking really strange porn videos. He became one of those people. So he, like, anytime that you were anywhere near Patrick's home and his computer, he would like try to show you the video where Mr. Hands dies of horse sex. Like, it was bad. So nobody Patrick wasn't too popular. Patrick didn't have too many friends himself. But Aaron would consistently hang out with Patrick, and that was about it, because Patrick also played Ultima Online. Aaron would get home, play Ultima Online, far past bedtime, wake up to go to school again. And that's all the man ever did. That's all the kid ever did. So with Aaron not having too many friends at the time, one day I knew the fucking way home. Like I said, I was already, taking the the bike. I was taking my bicycle all the way to East Middle School, so I knew how to fucking get home. I knew where I was, generally speaking. So one day, I'm on the bus, Aaron's on the bus. Instead of getting off at my stop, I get off at his stop. And he was like, "You're crazy." And he's like, "I don't want any friends," or something like that. And I was like, "I don't care. You and I are going to become best friends." And he was like, "You're fucking nuts. Like, my mom's going to freak out." Like, stuff like that. He was trying to discourage me the whole time. I was like, "No. You and I are going to be best friends, and you have no say in this." And so, I followed him all the way to his house. 8th grade kid. Followed him all the way to his house. He showed me, he wanted to get on Ultima Online right away, so he showed me Ultima Online. He gave me a try. Played for a little bit. I didn't have a computer good enough to play it, and not enough internet, stuff like that. I don't think I had any internet at all. I think didn't even have dial-up at the time. And so I certainly couldn't have paid the fucking subscription fee to play it as well on top of everything else. But soon enough, Aaron's mom came home. Aaron's mom, Jenny. And Jenny was just like, "Holy shit, Aaron's got another fucking friend." I was like, "Yeah." She was like, "Oh, okay. Your parents know you're here?" And I was like, "I'm a latchkey kid. They won't even be in until 5. She was like, "Okay, you know their number?" I was like, "Yeah." She called them, made sure that my stepdad knew where I was, and that was about it. She's like, "Yeah, I'll drive the kid home whenever it comes time for him to go home." He's like, "All right, cool. I don't care." And so, so that was that. And so his mom, Jenny, started telling us stories, and she said, "It's good to have a good kid like you be friends with Aaron." She says, "Patrick's okay, but you seem like you have more of your head on your shoulders. Maybe you can inspire Aaron to do some other things. And Aaron's a good kid too. He stays out of trouble. The real problem is his big sister. He's got a little sister, and she's not the problem, but his big sister is." I said, "Oh yeah?" And she goes, "Yeah. She's grounded right now forever because I read her diary, and her diary said that she had sex." And I was like, what? That's fucking insane. And the older of his two sisters was like, I think she was about our age. Like maybe Erin was the oldest, so she had to be about like a year younger than Erin, like at a bare minimum, somewhere around there. And so I was just like, holy fuck, somebody who was literally younger than me, because Erin was already a year younger than me. So she was 2 years younger than me. She was a sixth grader fucking doing the do with somebody. That's buck wild to me at the time. So I already had sex on the mind whenever she came in, and she was beautiful. She was one of the most gorgeous human beings that I'd ever laid my eyes on in my life. And I judged all future potential romantic partners over whether or not she looked like Erin's older sister. The older of Erin's two sisters. And she became, unbeknownst to myself, she became my marking point. It's like, okay, you want to date this gal? Is she as pretty as Erin's, the older of Erin's two younger sisters? And I was doing this my entire life. I had no idea. It's like, how pretty is she? Is she Erin's sister's pretty? And my answer was always like, she's not Erin's sister's pretty, but she's pretty. She was a redhead. That's already a thing. Pale. And then, for some reason, they put together a little thing where she was going to, Erin's sister was going to come stay and spend the night with me and Erin. And she came up with a tube top. She was gorgeous. She was fucking incredibly gorgeous. And it still is. Still is to this day. So what does this have to do with fucking anything, right? Well, I told you that my mom and my stepdad of so many years got divorced whenever I was about 14 years old, right? Well, after while they were getting divorced, I moved in with my father. My father just, my father agreed to take custody of me while my mom was getting divorced from my stepdad at the time. Taking both of my only little brothers at the time. My youngest little brother had not been born yet. And so she wanted to do all that on her own. She said, like, there's a lot that she would rely on me for, and she didn't want to rely on me too much. She thought I was too mature, I was growing too quickly, stuff like that. And she also figured that my dad and his newest wife were newlyweds, so I might finally witness somebody who's not in a dysfunctional relationship. My stepmom is also abusive. I know, my goodness, you're sitting there thinking, man, fucking everybody's abusive around you. I bet your fucking cat's abusive, you pussy. I know that that's what you're thinking, but again, these are classifications through the abuse counselors, the people who decide what is and isn't abuse. And I got these classifications in 2018. So, from the Violence Prevention Center in Belleville, Illinois. So if you want to argue with anybody, you can argue with them over who is and isn't abusive. But here's the thing. Way later, my stepmom would throw shit at my father, which is assault, because of course you can throw something at somebody that can kill them. I know it sounds really crazy whenever somebody fucking chucks something at you, like a rolled up newspaper or something, and that's assault, but it is. That's what the law says. It just is. But she was chucking a bunch of shit at him. He put his hands on her to get her to stop, and whenever he did, he left a bruise. So whenever he called the cops on her because he was tired of getting hit with shit that she was chucking at him, she let him go to jail instead of her. So he spent a night in prison for abusing his wife whenever she was the one that, was assaulting him. He didn't have a bruise on him. She did have a bruise on her. That was a done deal. Florida cops took the man away. That's abusive behavior. Of course that's abusive behavior. It makes perfect sense, right? But that's abusive behavior. So cry all you want about whether or not you consider it abusive. That's what they consider abusive behavior. So she didn't start being abusive then. She treated me like an outsider the whole time I was with. The whole time my dad took custody. I always saw it as a situation where I looked and talked and acted just like my father, regardless of all the years that he didn't have to influence me. I looked and talked and acted just like my father. And my father at the time had gotten rid of a more lucrative position to start working at he started working doing real estate appraisal, and he was making $500 a month in Florida. In the meantime, my stepmom had 5 kids, and she was making $25 an hour doing a sales position selling something related to timeshares. And each time that she sold something, she got a $50 bonus. All of this so that her kids didn't have to live in abject poverty in one of the more expensive states to live in the Union. She didn't want to move to fucking like Detroit or someplace more affordable. She didn't want to do anything like that. She didn't want her kids to have to shop at thrift stores. There was a lot of things that she didn't want to do, and so to afford that, she went ahead and broke her back fucking working not just at that place, but she also would do paper routes back whenever paper routes were a thing. You think that she's like, doing a paper route like on a fucking bicycle or something. No, she's an adult. She had a car. My dad would tell stories about how whenever he met her, she had like one big arm, like somebody who's a professional arm wrestler. She had one big arm because she would park her car in front of like an entire like apartment multiplex, multi-story apartment building, and she would stay in her car, reach behind her, grab one newspaper at a time, and huck it out of her car window all the way up towards whatever apartment it's supposed to go to. And she would do this for like 6-7 floor apartments, and she had pinpoint accuracy. And she just had like this one big muscular arm. It's fucking crazy. It's a crazy story. But apparently it was true. He had no reason to lie to me, and she nodded along while he was telling the story. So obviously this was what it was. So anyway, since he was bringing in $500 a month and another mouth to feed, and I looked and talked and acted exactly like him, I always took this as a situation where any frustrations that she had with her brand new husband, she took out on me instead of him. That's the situation, the way that I saw it. I don't know if there's any truth to that. I don't know why, instead of treating me like one of her kids, she instead treated me like an outsider and was fiercely overprotective of her kids. To the point where I believe I lost about 40 pounds staying during my one semester I was with them. One semester, and I lost about 40 pounds because, like, I basically got to eat after the other kids ate. That's not like strictly 100% true, but it's essentially how I was treated. Anything that they did, I got. Anything that they got slack for, I didn't. It was these sorts of things. But that weight loss, that's undeniable information, right? Either way, that was the situation. So no, I didn't get to see a non-dysfunctional relationship with my dad. It just traded an abusive stepfather for an abusive stepmom. And she didn't do much physical violence on me, but she sure as hell did everything else. Everything else that she could. So that was a barrel of laughs, right? Not good stuff. Either way, it was the way it was. There was nothing I could fucking do about it. So during that time, I of course lost touch with a lot of my friends from Alton. And whenever I came back after that semester at Poinciana High School, I came back to live with my mom, and she regained custody of me. And because of that, she now had a place in East Alton. So, oh my God, Alton, East Alton. East Alton is a separate town. They've got East Alton, they've got West Alton. Don't ask. But these are separate towns. I now no longer lived in Alton. And in order to travel to Alton, it was quite a ways. But fuck it, right? I used to get on my bike. My dad gave me one of his bicycle motocross bikes so that I could get from place to place even faster. God knows what the hell happened to my old bike. But he gave me one of his bikes, and he spray painted it that chameleon paint, the shit that is purple or gold or green depending on which angle you look at it. So it was really fucking cool. And since it was really fucking cool and a bike that was built for bicycle motocross, it got stolen immediately. We didn't have a garage, so I used to park the bike in the garage whenever I lived in Alton. We didn't have a garage. So this whole thing with the, like, I didn't know what to do. Like, I left it in the yard, it was gone the next day. So there went my bike. So I used my LPCs, as the Army calls it, little personnel carriers, my feet. And I tried to walk to Alton a number of times. Very seldomly made it all the way there. And it would take hours each time that I tried it. So I didn't have much, you know. I tried to reconnect with my friends from Alton, but they were gone. And my old buddy Aaron didn't live in the previous place, and he didn't want to fucking hang out with us in the first place. My first semester of freshman year of high school, I was taking that in the old Alton High School, the one that is up the road from Alton Memorial. Now the new Alton High School is across the street from my recruiters that I went to, and it's closer to the Godfrey border, very close. Down the road from Harbor Freight, apparently. So that was the situation. That was the whole problem, this distance. I became more and more estranged from my friends that I used to have in Alton, and I miss them dearly. And Aaron was gone. The whole time that I was in Alton High School, anytime I saw Aaron, he would run away. And he would not just do that with me, but he would do that with all of his former friends. Anybody who knew him, he would run as fast as he could. He just wanted himself, his Ultima Online, and nothing else. The word that I got from around town was that Aaron was failing all of his classes freshman year. He was now retreating even more into the world of Ultima Online. Eventually, Aaron got his act together, and he eventually got a bachelor's degree in psychology from SIUE, if I can recall correctly. He got a bachelor's degree from psychology from somewhere, but and so he got his act together. But that was the situation at the time. Was like Aaron, not having a running away from us. So there was this huge length of time that me and Aaron, we didn't see each other. Again, what the fuck does this have to do with anything? I'm getting there. So I didn't see Aaron for a very long time. Well, my first fiance was a Baptist. Her grandmother belonged to a Baptist church. And I even would help her grandmother make peanut brittle. I did that once or twice, at least. And so that was something that happened. And so eventually, with her constantly being grounded to stay away from me as much as possible, which I don't blame her parents for at all. She was 2 years younger than me. So I must have met her whenever I was 16. So I had said earlier that I didn't lose my virginity until I was 18. Yeah, I really did wait 2 years. I think I didn't hold her hand for the first 6 months. Didn't kiss her for a year. Didn't do any hanky-panky for quite some time after that. It's like, and then eventually, sex, and then a fucking shitload of that. Stuff like that. Anyway. So I was very patient, man. Very patient for a teenager. I wasn't pushy at all. She would say the same thing. You could ask her today, and she would say the same thing, that I was, even with us breaking up under bad terms, I highly doubt that she would slander me like that. I'm pretty sure she would say, like, no, he was actually pretty, he was pretty patient. He wasn't pushy at all or anything. He didn't want us to start up before we were ready. So anyway, so she was like, okay, we can't, I'm constantly grounded from you and everything, but one of my friends is going to a church lock-in. So if you go to the same church lock-in, we can hang out the whole time, right? Oh ho ho, okie dokie, church lock-in. So I go to the church lock-in with her. Guess who else is there? My old buddy Aaron. Me and Aaron reconnect. My buddy Fritz is there too. He's having a little miniature Super Smash Brothers tournament, and so like he's doing that in the background, right? Crazy shit's going on. And I'm like, oh shit, I'm reconnecting with these guys, and I was like, Aaron, where you live? And he's just like, oh, I don't live down there anymore. Now I live, I think in Godfrey officially. He lived down the road from where they do the corn maze in Godfrey every year. Not too far away from Lewis and Clark Community College. That's where he lived at the time. Also, not too far away from where I eventually met and hung out and did the movie with the director, Dan Ryu Cope, the director that eventually became the Buddhist priest behind Bad Buddhist Radio and invented the Burning Wheel sect of Buddhism. Really cool stuff. So that's where he lived at the time, and I was just like, I'm going to come visit. And so I did. I had a car. I went and I drove over and I visited him. And whenever I did visit him, guess who opens the door? It was the older of his two younger sisters. Her name was Amanda. And at that point in time, she was drop dead gorgeous. And I realized two things simultaneously in that moment. I realized, one, that I had been comparing every woman that I even saw to Amanda, my friend Aaron's the older of his two younger sisters. I had been comparing every woman that I saw my entire life to Amanda because I thought that she was the most beautiful creature that I had ever laid eyes on. And two, that I wanted to drop all of this nonsense with my fiance and get with Amanda right away. I wanted me and Amanda to be a thing for the rest of my life. That was the two things that happened simultaneously, and me and her just stared at each other for like a couple of minutes. According to her mother, Amanda had a crush on me. I sure as fuck had a crush on Amanda. I don't know whether or not Amanda ever liked me at all, but I sure as fuck had a crush on Amanda. Holy shit. So, the whole thing with breaking up with my first fiance about a month or two before I was to go to boot camp, that was a simultaneous attempt to end all of this ridiculousness with her, see if life was going to be better with the most beautiful creature that I'd ever seen in my entire life up until that point. Amanda didn't go along with it. We never started a relationship or anything, so that was that. Eventually, my ex-fiance at that point in time came back, tried to give me a ring that I'd given her. It was like a promise ring or something. I found it on a bus. It was weird. It's like, hey, girls like rings. Gave it to her. What was I going to do with it? I couldn't fit on any of my fingers. So she came by upset. I reiterated, hey, you didn't do any of the things that I asked you to do. She was really upset with me. For whatever reason, she was really upset that I broke up with her over text message and email and stuff like that. I sent it through many different methods of communication. I wanted to make sure that she got it. Every time that we talked about breaking up, whenever we were face to face, she never let it go. She would never take that as she would never let me break up with her whenever we were face to face. And so, like, we had talked about that a number of times. There was even times that my family and friends would intervene because they would say, like, she is not treating you very well. There was at least one intervention led by my family, and maybe one that was led by my friends as well. Like, she does not treat you very well. Now, notably, she never met me. And I know that that's a fucking crazy thing to say at this point in time. She never met me. From the moment that I saw her, I thought that I wasn't good enough for her. Remember, I had been abused my entire life by my first, by a stepfather that lasted for a very, very long time. So I'd been abused my entire life from him. And, I wasn't treated too overly well by anybody else. I didn't get along with most kids. A lot of people considered me annoying. I was bullied a lot in school. Back then, people called each other the big FAG over and over again. I don't know if I could say that shit on YouTube, but that was the primary insult of the day. And so, like, all that shit was going on, and it wasn't good. I did not have a chance to have high self-esteem. So the moment that I saw her, I wanted to ask her out, my first fiance, but I never. I did. I gathered the courage to ask her out, but I didn't feel like I deserved her. And whenever I saw her family, which seemed to be so so special, so well put together, church going, God fearing folk. They were all nice. They all had different. They never fought, anything like that. I really thought that her family was well put together. Now, notably, while I was active duty, her mom and her dad got a divorce. So it wasn't as good as I thought it was. They clearly had their own problems. Some of them, at least. But the rest of them, like, it was a very, they were very nice people. Nearly every single one of them. And so I compared and contrasted my family, and I said, like, I don't fucking deserve this chick. I don't deserve this chick. I don't deserve the fucking breath that I draw out of my lungs each and every moment. I'm a piece of shit. Look what my mom did whenever she was getting divorced from my stepdad, who she had for a great number of years. Look what my mom did. She was able to divorce my stepdad. She was able to get a house in East Alton and renovate quite a bit of it while she was divorced without me around. Look, my mom, my family would be better if I wasn't here. That was the inevitable conclusion that I was drawing. Look, I have the proof. My family would be better off if I was never born. If I was fucking dead, my family would be way better off. And I took that into my core for most of my entire life. And my family would be better off if I was dead, if I had never been born, if I was gone. And I had solid evidence for this conclusion as well. Now, later on down the line, it came out that my mom didn't do that shit alone. I don't know whether or not she borrowed money from her parents to pay the down payment for that place in East Alton. I don't know whether or not that was the case. I know that quite often she would ask, like, my grandparents to do shit like go down to Home Depot and grab a bunch of equipment for her, and because they had a truck and she didn't at the time. And so she'd be like, yeah, go down and get this equipment and then take it to my house in East Alton. And they'd be like, okay. And just fucking did shit like that over and over and over again. And so, like, she definitely did not do this by herself. And so, like, this was clearly not something that I was preventing her from doing. And even by her own admission, one of the reasons that she did it is because she wanted to prove to herself that she didn't have to rely on me. That she didn't have to... She would always complain about my former stepfather at that time, her ex-husband. She would complain about him to me. And that's not the way that you have a proper relationship with one of your children. That's an improper relationship. Child psychologists will confirm that to you if you need any proof. But that's an improper relationship. That's not the way that you're supposed to talk to your kids. That's not the type of relationship you're supposed to have with your kids. It's something else. So, yeah, by her own admission, she would have, of course, have a lot of. She would have been a lot better off if I was there helping her. Of course. Now, it makes no sense that I came up with the conclusion that my family would have been better off without me. But that's the way that I felt. So, of course, I pretended to be a much better person than what I really was. I was a different person around my first fiance than I was around any of my friends. I acted like the poster child. I acted like I had, I never cursed. I never, I didn't like the things that I liked. I didn't think things were funny that I thought was actually funny. So my first fiance, she never even fucking met me. We were together for damn near 4 years, and she never even met me. Which is so crazy to think of, but it's true. She never even met me. So part of it, and I think that she took my actions as a cue, because she was a completely different person around her friends as well. And so her friends didn't like me. Her friends didn't like me, and my friends overall kind of, sort of, didn't like her too overly much. Because whenever she came around, I wasn't the same person anymore. I transformed into this completely other person. And she did the same with me. I would come around and suddenly she would start acting like somebody that her friends didn't know. Like, who's this person that you're acting like right now? Why are you acting like that? That's so weird. So her friends would try to break us up about as often as they possibly could. And my friends would intervene only whenever they thought that it was getting particularly egregious, that I was going through some shit. That they thought that she was genuinely mistreating me. So I know that there was at least one intervention led by my family, saying like, hey, your fiance is not treating you very well. So I know that was one intervention, but I think that my friends had an intervention as well. So before, like I said, the fall semester, my first semester in high school was at Alton High. My second semester in high school was at Poinciana High School. So I had the summer off at this new location in East Alton with my mom and my 2 little brothers at the time. So that was that. Then, so during that summer, I was trying to reconnect with my Alton friends and really couldn't really make it. Couldn't really make it work. Couldn't really make it happen. And then I started my sophomore year at East Alton Woodriver High School. And I remember, I think I was in science class, health class, something like that. Something. And like the teacher was in the middle of fucking talking about something like that. He was talking about something involving school, something involving that class. He was giving a lecture, and he was fucking smack dab in the middle of it. And then this girl that sat about 2 desks in front of me, gorgeous girl. She turns around and she says, like I said, in the middle of the fucking lecture, interrupts the teacher and everything, just turns around, stares straight at me, and says, "You're my neighbor." I said, "What?" Again, she's sitting about 2 desks in front of me. So we're not neighbors in that regard. And I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And she was like, "You live out there by, like, the Domino's in East Alton." I'm like, "Yeah, you know, across the street, across the road, somewhere around there, next to that used car dealership there." And she said, "So do I." And I said, "Okay, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say here." And I was like, I don't have neighbors. I've got this one neighbor named Casey, and he lives over on this side of my house. But the house that's right next to me I don't think that there's anybody in there." And she goes, "No, I live in the house that's next to that house." I said, "Okay." And she was like, "Yeah, we're basically neighbors." I was like, "Okay." And she was like, "You meet me after school. Like I said, I'm 2 doors down. You know what? I'll come to you." I was like, "Okay." And then she turned around and the teacher like looked flabbergasted and then like continued with his lesson. It was very strange. And that was Sam. Samantha, of course, but she always went by Sam. She came over to my house after school, and my mom insisted on showing her how in shape I was. There was a physical fitness teacher, there was a physical education teacher in Poinciana High School that told me that exercise releases endorphins, and endorphins make you happy. And I was like, that is a miracle, because I'm a miserable fucking kid, and I'm miserable all the goddamn time. And so that sounds like a steal. That sounds like a deal. Let's start exercising. And so I'd exercised ever since then. And I think it was for my 15th birthday, I actually asked for a weight bench. And so that's all I did. I'd come home, I'd exercise, sometimes for hours. Sometimes damn near, like, it'd be dark outside by the time I was done working out. And that's all I fucking did. That and played video games. Played with my little brothers, that's about it. And so my mom insisted on me showing Sam how in shape I was. "Hey, it's a girl. It's in that house. She's looking for my son." She was like, show her your chest. Okay, lifted up my shirt. I was embarrassed. Showed her my chest. The fuck. And then, and she goes, "Okay, well, come on down to my house. We can go up to my room." I was like, "Fuck me. This is happening quick. Like, I'm scared now. Like, what the hell is going on?" Sophomore year. Like, this is crazy. And then I'm up in this girl's room, and she's right next to me, and we're staring out her window. And she's telling me that she likes to poke her BB gun out the window and shoot birds off of the telephone wire behind her house. And she's right next to me showing me and everything, and I'm like, holy fuck, this girl's pretty. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with her with this whole attention thing, but okay. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, her like 6-foot boyfriend like kicks in the door, and I was like, I was like, we weren't doing anything. And we weren't. I was like, this guy's gonna fucking kick my ass. And he was not concerned about this at all. He was not concerned that his girlfriend might be cheating on him at all. She was not concerned about this new kid. Sam was just like, "Oh, hey, Caleb. Caleb was her boyfriend. She's like, "Hey, Caleb, this is the kid that lives 2 doors down. I spotted him every now and again, and he's in my health class or something." And he's like, "Oh, okay." And his friend Johnny's with him. Johnny's even taller than him, but he's skinny. And Johnny goes, "Oh, you live next to Casey." And I was like, "Yeah." And she goes, he goes, "So what do you do for fun?" I said, "Well, I had my friends with, I was friends with, I said I took 3 months of Taekwondo, and I had friends with that I sparred with." And Johnny was just like, "Let's spar right here, right now." I was like, "Okay." No hits to the face, no hits to the groin. Tap out, pass out, yell stop. And he just starts fighting me right then and there. We just sparred right in the middle of Sam's room, and these were my East Alton friends. Sam would have they were church-going kids. They would literally go to church. They would go and they had these little like teenager church meetings and everything. Sam would have parties like every month or so. She'd have like another party, and kids would come in, listen to loud music, talk to one another. But the things that they wouldn't do is drink, do drugs, anything like that. These were really fucking good kids. And because of Sam, because of Caleb, because of Johnny, because of Johnny's friend Jeremy, because of Brandon, their friend Brandon, because of these kids and how good of kids that they were, they kept me out of trouble and stuff. Now, notably, I was trying to keep myself out of trouble by making friends with Fritz, by making friends with James, who also never did any drugs. Robert eventually fell in with the drug crowd and never crawled back out. As far as I know, Derek never was doing any drug nonsense. But they were fucking good kids. They were really good kids, really good people. And frankly, I don't have a goddamn thing bad to say about them. I don't. Sam's still an excellent individual. Last time I talked to Caleb, he's still a pretty solid dude. Johnny, I think has a kid or two. I think his baby mama, whether that's his long-term girlfriend or wife or whatever, I think she's a librarian last time I checked. That was years ago. Jeremy went to DeKalb, Illinois for college. No, there was weird shit. But, was the way it was, whatever. Yeah, that was them. I still think that they're really solid people. So I don't think I would have fallen in with a rough crowd ever. They had allegiance with the Goths in that area. And the Goths were like a major faction in East Alton, whatever high. It's like they were a powerhouse. And all of them were good kids. Very, very few of them were drug kids. Very few of them were alcohol kids. Very, very few of them fit that mold. So, because of them, I met a lot of people, a lot of very, very good people. The type of people that would give you the shirt off of their back, no problem at all. Stuff like that. So those are my friends from East Alton. And of course, that's where I met my first fiance. It's probably my second sophomore year. I was failing classes. Would have been my junior year. Either that or was towards the back half of my first sophomore year that I met my girlfriend, started dating her. I'm not sure, but it was the way that it was. So that was my time there. Met some really good people, met some really good kids, and that was a lot better than my buddy Alex in Alton. My buddy Alex in Alton, he was a troublemaker. He eventually ended up becoming a drug dealer, so I'm glad I distanced myself from him. Really funny guy, really great personality. But he would make and sell drugs. He didn't have too much of a choice. I'm not going to put too much of that blame on him squarely. He tried to do a lot of things. He was the youngest kid in his family, and so whenever mom and dad moved on, once he became 18, mom and dad was just like, okay, we're packing all their shit into a camper and leaving. And he was just like, can I live with you guys? And they were like, no, there's literally not enough room for 3 people in this camper. He's like, fuck. She's like, so what do I do? And they're like, I don't know. Go live with one of your brothers or sisters. I don't know what to tell you. It's like, wow. He was kind of left behind. He got an associate's degree from Rankin Technical Institute, which at the time had a thing. They had job placement. And so they placed him in a job, and he was working in an IT facility, but that place shut down. So Rankin had done their due diligence. They kept their end of the bargain. It wasn't their job to get him a job that survived the economy. They got him a job once. That was it. They fulfilled their end of the bargain. So he apparently went and tried to stay with his older brother, sold gator steaks by the side of the road in Florida. Tried to get a job at Lowe's for more money. Never could make enough money to live on his own, and he had no choice. He couldn't do anything else. None of his brothers or sisters could help him, and so he eventually started making and selling MDMA. That was his thing. He said he tried to do it with pot, but it didn't. There wasn't enough returns. So that was him. So I still don't consider him a bad guy at all. I consider his story to be a tragedy. I don't consider it his problem at all. You might disagree with me. I don't care. I was only like way later on that I discovered like eco villages and shit like that, and how if you get a place with no building codes, you can kind of just build a house out of fucking dirt bricks that you make in your backyard, and then you don't have to sell drugs or anything. You can just not have a mortgage anymore and buy a couple of solar panels, and pretty soon you've got, no electric bill, dig a well, no water bill, stuff like that. You can get rid of your bills one at a time, and you don't have to sell drugs at all. You don't have to break the law to do these things, but it's not exactly an advertised or glamorized choice. It's not a choice that's being given to everybody. I had to take classes at a community college and take an elective sociology class just to find out about any of this. So, whole thing was buck wild, right? Anyways. So that was everything that was going on with Alex and whatnot. Like I said, losing touch with him wasn't the worst thing because of the way that he came out at the end of the day. If we were still in contact, I probably would have told him to join the military. His older brother joined the military, but it's whatever. So, like I said, it wasn't too big of a thing not to have him around. But I owe my success to the people that I surrounded myself with. It wasn't anything else. This is not a story of my victory. This is a story of the people that helped me out along the way. And I know that that's unsatisfying for some people. It was unsatisfying for me to learn that, what is his name? Pausch? Am I getting the Last Lecture guy mixed up with the Child Called It guy? I think I am. Peltzer. Yes, Peltzer, not Pausch. Peltzer. Peltzer, the Child Called It guy. He managed to kind of dig himself out of a bad situation and a bad childhood by having really like lucking out and getting into a really good neighborhood. And this is the same kind of story. I don't owe my success to my own tenacity. This is not something that you can take from me and then it becomes something that you can a series of steps that you can follow to become just like me and replicate my success. No, I'm sorry. I owe my success to others. I'm lucky. I'm not strong. Get that hairball out, kitty. That's what you hear in the background. My cat's coughing up a hairball. You can do it, Cat. I believe in you. But, so you get a sort of sense that, the things that, the powers that be, that I had gone out and become friends with these people on purpose. In one way, I very much did not want to fall in with the crowd of all the kids that were wanting to do drugs and didn't care about anything. In fact, I even started to distance myself from my my friend James whenever he didn't do much with his life. He didn't try to accomplish much with his life. Now, this was not James's fault at all. His father, the former Marine radio man, his father discouraged a lot of things. Told James that if he followed in my footsteps and joined the military as well, that he would kill him. That it was that, straight and narrow. James's father did not want James to join the military, did not want James to do anything like that. So, and he was incredibly adamant on that part. So James couldn't follow in my footsteps, and they couldn't afford to send him to college. So it's like, what options did the kid have? And then he was diagnosed with schizophrenia. So I had distanced myself from James long before any of this happened. And I'd visit him like once a year or something, but we certainly didn't hang out. And then towards the end of my enlistment, I broke it off with my friend Derek. He was going to college and everything. He was constantly asking me for money. He was constantly mooching for cash. Constantly mooching off of me. Didn't offer me anything in return. Always demanded that I act a certain way to not embarrass him in front of his friends. So he wasn't grateful at all for his constant mooching and asking me for more money and stuff. Thought he was better than me in every way, shape, or form. The reason why I joined the military was because I wasn't smart like him. Whenever he didn't go to Lewis and Clark Community College on a scholarship,
He went there because his parents had money. He just wanted to ignore that part. Like I said, his dad eventually passed on, but you know, his mom had the money to send him there. I don't know how she got it. I don't know whether or not that was her accomplishment or she married somebody with money or whatever. I don't know, but it was the way it was. So I broke it off with them because I figured that if I keep hanging out with Derek, that I'm going to end up like him. I'm going to end up on my mom's couch for the rest of my life. I didn't sort of forgive him for being a student, for being a poor student. I didn't forgive him for not learning that money cost money, that sacrifice cost money. I didn't forgive him for not learning about the military stuff that I was going through, not educating himself about the things that his best friend might be going through. I didn't forgive him for that, for sacrificing his other friendships to continue to be friends with me. So of course he's got like a ton of people that he hangs out with 24/7, and then he's got one person that used to be his best friend whenever he was, you know, in middle school or in grade school, that he sees once a year for a maximum of 30 days a year, a 30-day paid vacation. So not sacrificing, you know, all of his friends to hang out with me. Swafford talks about this in his book, Jarhead. He talks about how whenever his Jarhead, he would come whenever he would see fellow Jarheads, he would drop the pretense of who he is, and he'd start talking like he used to talk. So he would curse. He would say a lot of, you know, fucks and stuff like that. He would curse. He would do all those kind of things. Also, I don't know where his dialect is from, but he always calls cursing cussing, which is a very Midwestern thing, and I don't know where he gets all of it, but it's like that's very much a Midwestern thing. I called it cussing whenever I was growing up. So I don't know where he got that, but he does it the entire time that he's reading the audiobook to you. So I had to break it off. There was whenever I was in the middle of my enlistment in Korea, I was so depressed all the time. According to the VA, I've been depressed my entire life, which is such a double-edged sword, because essentially they're saying that every single doctor that saw me in St. Louis at the Military Engines Processing Station, at, you know, every single doctor that saw me in Illinois, every doctor that saw me in Missouri, every doctor that saw me growing up, every doctor that was working with the military in East Alton, or in Chicago, Illinois, with Recruit Training Command, Great Lakes, Illinois, every doctor that saw me in oh, kitty, you don't fight with our gas. Sorry, my cat likes to fight with the other two cats. I'm taking care of my, I might have mentioned this before, I'm taking care of my middle aunt's two cats. They're both girls. They are our guests, and my cat still has territorial disputes with them, and he was hissing out of the cat door. And so I don't know if he was trying to fight with them or trying to fight with a possum or something that was trying to get in through the cat door. By the time that I got out there, I couldn't see any eyeballs in the flashlight. You know, Cats have those reflective eyes whenever you shine a light on them. So, yeah, I keep telling him over and over again not to fight with our guests, but he never listens to me. They fought less and less. Usually gets his ass kicked whenever he fights them. I don't know why. I think he's fighting them as a show of dominance, and they're fighting him, like fighting for their lives, you know. So he usually gets his ass kicked. Anyways, they're scared of him. I don't want them to be scared of him. Anyway, wish he'd get along. Wish they'd get along. So, I had, while I was active duty in the Navy, my first duty station in Korea, I was so depressed. So, like I said, the military was fine with calling every single fucking doctor that saw me in Korea, in St. Louis, in Illinois. They're fine with calling all of those doctors incompetent. They're fine with that. They're fine with calling all of these doctors incompetent as long as it's a conclusion that allows them to not pay any disability. So they don't want to admit that they have caused my depression or worsened it. And they're the experts. So all I can fucking do is fight for my disability, which is not something that I fucking do full time at all. I barely ever raise a hand to try to defend myself on this front because I'm exhausted. I left active duty in 2011 and I just got declared 10% disabled like last month. So I'm so fucking tired. I'm so exhausted. I'll just, suck whatever dicks I have to suck to keep going and keep on my path, keep trying to do what I'm trying to do and say fuck it, I'm so fucking exhausted just trying to fight them. So all I can do is take their word for it. So I believe them. I believe that I've been depressed my entire life. And I'm not just regular depressed. I'm advanced depressed. I have the highest dosage of sertraline, an antidepressant. I think the street name, the brand name at least, is Zoloft. I have the highest dose of sertraline known to man that you can actually be diagnosed with before. You can't be diagnosed with, you can't be prescribed a higher dosage than what I'm being prescribed. I think it's 200 milligrams, something like that. So I believe them. I believe that I was depressed. Obviously, something bad's going to happen whenever you've got a kid. Let me see. Yeah, 200 milligrams per day. Obviously, something bad's going to happen whenever you've got a kid who's being abused his entire life and is in poverty his entire life. Any doctor, any scientist will tell you that. They'll tell you without even blinking, yeah, like a kid who's, abused his entire life and who's poor, yeah, that's a very high likelihood that the kid's got some mental illnesses. That sounds about right. So with all that being said, I believe them. I believe that I'd been depressed, at least this depressed my entire life, and just, had that untreated. Maybe those doctors really were incompetent for not recognizing that I've got major depressive disorder this entire time. I don't know. I don't know what to think. All I can do is take their word for it because I don't know anything. I've got a bachelor's degree in sustainability. I don't know anything. All I can do is follow orders, fucking take their word for it. I don't know anything. So, with that being said, I used to really rely on my defense mechanism, which was humor. I used to really rely on it whenever I was active duty in the Navy. So I really relied on it quite a bit. And I really relied on people laughing at my jokes to get me through the day. One day I said a joke that wasn't a very good fucking joke. I had somebody that I was stationed with, and the guy was an easy laugher. He would laugh at any joke. No matter how bad it was, he laughed at any joke. Can't remember his name now. He was this big buff guy. Anytime that we had any trouble, that like we needed a buff guy, he was the first fucking person we'd call. Can't remember his name to save my life right now. But I had heard that he obviously looked very good for being this big buff guy, and his wife looked very good. Looked like she was in very, very good shape, and it looked like she had had some augmentations done to her chest area. That's what it looked like. I'm just saying that's what it looked like. I'm not sure whether or not she was. And the rumor was that somebody said that she had some breast implants. And she was proud of them. And apparently she showed one of my coworkers. Apparently she showed him. She said, "Oh yeah," and he was around. So he was saying like, "Hey, this is my wife, and yeah, we bought her breast implants. We're proud of it. Take a look." And like she lifted up her shirt and showed one of my coworkers. That was the rumor. I never confirmed it with him or anything, but that was the situation as I thought. That's the situation as I thought it was. So I don't know whether or not that rumor was true, but I assumed that it was, and that because of this rumor, I could joke about his wife's breasts. So one day I came into work, he was around, and I made a joke about his wife. I said that, "Hey, earlier I was at the front gate and I saw your wife. Well, actually, I should say that I saw your wife's tits. And then about 5 minutes later, I saw your wife." Joking about how big her breast is. He said, "What?" And I told the joke again. He said, "Don't ever fucking talk about my wife like that ever again." I said, yeah, absolutely, man, I'm sorry. But what's got you in this mood today? And he says, what's got him in that mood today? And I never did talk about his wife ever again like that. Like I said, it's a bad fucking joke. It wasn't a good joke. I'm not going to sit here and say, he didn't have a sense of humor. That was a bad joke. But whenever I was assigned to the back gate, I went to the back gate, and I played it cool. But as soon as I got to the back gate, I started crying. He was my rock. He was the guy that I was counting on to make me feel better. I can remember times we had a smith that eventually got assigned to our base. So we had ourselves our own smitty. Everybody's got a smitty. that gets assigned to their base, because Smith is one of the most common names in all of America. So we had our Smitty. And I can remember at some point in time, like, me and him were big joke tellers. And at some point in time, we both felt the same way. We both were horrendously fucking depressed, and we were telling jokes all the way up until the end of the day, trying to keep up morale. And we fucking ran out. We ran out of steam, and me and him were just silent. And I knew that we were both feeling the same way. I knew that we were both feeling that, you know, we can't do this anymore. Not today. Maybe tomorrow we'll recharge and we'll get out there and do this whole thing again and keep telling jokes and whatever, keep up morale. But for now, we're out of it. There is no more. There's nothing else. And we were doing an exercise. There was reservists around. You know, the 1 week in a month, 2 weeks a year. So there was these reservists around, and they said, you know, what's up with you guys? I said, I was almost in tears. And I said, you know, I don't know. It's not, I just ran out of things to joke about, I guess. And that was it. They left us alone that way. There's a point in time in Swaffer's book when they're about to begin combat. They're about to begin actually engaging the enemy during Operation Desert Storm. And one of the Marines starts crying uncontrollably for hours. And eventually one of the other Marines, one of the higher ranking ones, decides to make him work out. So, like, make him start yelling at him to do push-ups and stuff like that until he quits crying uncontrollably for hours and hours and hours and hours. And so that was his plan, and he never did quit crying. And another Marine came in and started working out with him and said, like, I want to work out with him because I want to cry, I just can't. And isn't that the same thing? Untreated mental illness is probably incredibly fucking common in the military. I don't have the statistics for you. I'm sorry. But whenever the job requirement in the military is to not have any mental illnesses, I think that's a pretty decent and easy assumption to make that likely has a lot of statistical proof behind it. I don't think that's that much of a stretch. So this little moment with me and Smitty, just at the end of our rope, we can't make any more jokes, we can't raise the morale anymore. I think that's a pretty common moment. Apparently, whenever there was a point in time where the requirements that we had in Korea were too high, in our opinion. And they started trying to meet these requirements for the first time in a long time. Apparently, the previous couple of commands hadn't done any of the requirements, and now they wanted to do all of the requirements. So suddenly, we're taking time while we're off work. We're being called in to do 12 hours of studying and education and shit like that, so that we can catch up on all of our, they call them PQSs and stuff like that. And yeah, we were keeping up on the Navy Knowledge Online things that we had to do there, but besides that, we weren't keeping up with anything else. So suddenly we're being brought out for like 12 hours of straight studying on our off day, on the days off work. being called in because suddenly they want to actually do all the requirements. And I can't say that I blame them, but it was crazy. And the tests that they made up were so asinine that it was absolutely ridiculous. Now, the United States Navy is already an asinine organization through and through. You have automatic advancement from E1 to E3. It just takes time. Then, if you're a striker, you have to become an E4. If you have to get a rate, you have to get a job to become E4. So you have to go through A school and everything to become E4, or else they won't let you. Then, once you get a job, you can take a test with a Scantron worksheet with 200 questions. This was the way advancement was at the time that I was in service. Maybe they changed the advancement system, but this was it. You can take a test, a Scantron test with 200 questions. You know, A, B, C, or D. And if you get enough of them right, and there's room for advancement, you know, there's not too many people who are E4 with that job, there's not too many people who's E5 with that job, etc., etc. If there's not too many, if you have room to advance, and you get enough of those questions right, then you'll advance and rank, and that's only after a specified amount of time has passed. So after you become E3, it's like a year or something. Maybe it's 6 months until you can take the E4 exam. And after you become E4, it's years until you can take the E5 exam. And then, you know, after you become E5, it's years until you can take the E6 exam. And same with the E7 exam. And then it goes to some really special requirements after E7 to get to E8 and then finally E9. And then I think that you actually have to be voted on to become the technical E10, which is a lateral promotion, because you don't get more money to be the Master Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy. The MCPON, what we call them for short. You're the MCPON for like a year and a half, and then you're back to being a regular E9. Maybe it's a half a year. Maybe it's only a year. I don't know. But you're only a MCPON for a short amount of time. It's kind of like being a recruiter or being a drill instructor. Nobody joins the Navy and then gets trained on being a recruiter and turns around and goes back to their hometown to try to recruit their high school friends. That's not the way it works. Nobody goes into the Navy and then after passing boot camp goes and gets trained to be a drill instructor and then goes right back to boot camp to start training their fucking high school friends, right? It's one of those things that you can volunteer for, and you have to have a really good standing and everything. But otherwise, you're not going to get paid more to do it. But it's going to look good on your resume. So, the Navy's already an asinine organization. And I can remember on one of my advancement exams, I'm not entirely sure which one, but on one of my advancement exams, I had two questions. One was, what is the exact weight of an unloaded M9 service Beretta? The service pistol. And the next question was, what is the weight of a loaded service pistol? They wanted pounds, ounces, grams. They wanted it down to the nitty-gritty. So whenever I say that that the requirements that they were doing in Korea at the time were ridiculous, I've already got a base level of ridiculousness that's pretty odd. The joke was that they wanted us to know exactly how many fucking ceiling tiles is in dispatch in our police department. That was the joke at the time. I don't know what was actually on that test, but I know that it wasn't too far from the truth, whatever that joke was. They wanted us to have really specific knowledge, and it was really dumb, because there was nothing that we needed to know at all. So none of us knew it, and whenever we complained about the very specific knowledge of the test and how only like 2 or 3 people had passed the test, the chief took my boss's side, and he was the one that put together the test. He flipped out on us and promoted an E2 to become a watch commander in charge of about 4 people for 12 hours a day. And he did that just to embarrass the people of higher ranking than him. I was higher ranking than I was an E4 at the time. And so he promoted an E2 to be in charge of, to be a watch commander in charge of 4 people for 12 hours a day. He sat there in his watch commander's desk watching Three Stooges episodes for 12 hours a motherfucking day. And he was my watch commander, so I had to watch him do it and go do all the rest of the work. But so that was part of the whole thing. But he also made us go port and starboard, which meant that we no longer had days off work. We would come in for 12 hours a day, and that was it. Normally we had what was called the Panama schedule. If you work Monday and Tuesday, then you work the weekend. If you work Wednesday and Thursday, then you have the rest of the week off. Work 2 days, get 2 days off. Work 3 days, get 3 days off. Or something along those lines. It was a good schedule. We actually liked it. We actually liked the Panama schedule. Whenever we had days off, it felt like we had a lot of days off. Whenever we had time off, it felt like we had a lot of time off. But whenever you went to work, you didn't do anything else. They experimented with an 8-hour schedule for a little while, so that we could actually have a life outside of work. And that was really, really nice, to actually be able to like do things other than go to work whenever it was your 12-hour day. Whenever you had to be there like a half hour early at 5:30 in the morning. So it's supposed to be there by about 5:15. And so you had to get up at about 4:30 in the morning. And then you were there sometimes until about 6 o'clock, something like that. Then you'd go home, and by the time that you climbed out of all your equipment and everything, that's 4 to 6, be about 6:30, something like that. Probably had to work out for an hour and hit the sack, or work out for an hour in the morning. And that's what I used to do whenever I was stationed in Oklahoma. It felt like I didn't have a life at all. It was just work, and that was it. So it felt nice whenever we had 8-hour days, but it didn't last. We didn't have enough people to cover all of that. We had a very, very low manning. There was about 25 people at the time in our police department, or military police department. So that was the sort of situation that we were dealing with. Well, whenever we went port and starboard and everybody had to come in for 12 hours a day, every day, I had already had my leave chit approved, which meant that I got to go on leave. Vacation. And I'm pretty sure it was the big vacation, too. It was the vacation where I went to Japan for 9 days and then spent the rest of my vacation in the United States. So, like, since it had been approved months beforehand and had months of preparation on top of it, making sure that every little thing was the way that it was, because I was going to go to another country, you know, besides just back home to the United States. So because of all that, you know, they had to let me go. Well, while I was gone, I expected to come back to it still being port and starboard. But apparently about a month and a half into it, something like that, one of my coworkers broke down in tears in the middle of dispatch. Bunch of military police. He's breaking down into tears, inconsolable, in the middle of dispatch. Because this treatment was just fucking ridiculous. There was, we all knew that it was sort of against the rules. You're not supposed to be able to override orders. There was certain orders that we weren't supposed to be able to override. We knew that this was sort of an illegal action in the military, but we all didn't have the balls to tell on chief because we knew that there was going to be retaliation if we did. There was some auxiliary security force personnel that was working along with us at the time, and we kept trying to get them to tell on our chief, but they were afraid of retaliation as well. It's like this could be a bad mark that follows you the rest of your Navy career if you tell on somebody like that, because it could ruin their career as well. Go above their head to complain to their bosses. That was big. But apparently after my coworker broke down in tears inconsolably in the middle of dispatch, apparently they got rid of port and starboard and stopped punishing everybody. By the way, during this whole port and starboard incident, you also weren't allowed off base. Chinhae Naval Base in the Jinhae district of Changwon, South Korea. Chinhae Naval Base, it's not a large base. At the time, it might have expanded. They might have had more land added to it now or whatever. But at the time, it was like barely the size of a football field. Very small. So you're going to work 12 hours a day, and you're not even allowed off base to head down to McDonald's, get yourself a Big Mac, for fuck's sake. So anyway, after I told my bad joke to my coworker, who I very much relied on to cheer me up with him laughing at all of my stupid jokes, after I told him my bad joke and he didn't laugh, I held it together, got to the back gate. It was night shift, and I started crying my eyes out. And I was beside myself. I didn't know what to do. Like, he was my rock, and he failed me. It's my fucking, it was my bad. I'm the one that did the bad joke. I'm not going to defend my fucking joke. But he had laughed at everything else, and now I had offended him. I had breached our friendship in a bad way. All those feelings come back from my childhood, and I'm thinking, like, not only is my family better off without me, but this police department's better off without me. All I'm doing is fucking dragging everybody down. I'm nobody. I'm nothing. They would all be better off without me. I should fucking end my life. And these thoughts are swirling through my head, and I am crying my eyes out. And it's back gate and night shift. Nobody's coming to bother me. I'm going to be back there for 12 straight hours, and I'm going to be crying there by myself for all 12 of those hours. And that's going to be that. So I'm back there crying. And I take my service pistol out of its holster. And I put a round in the chamber. And I'm sitting there staring at it. I don't put it up to my head. And I don't flip it off of safe. But I sit there and stare at this gun. And I stare at this gun for fucking ages. And there's a voice that tells me to put it back and call the suicide hotline. So I do. I don't know what that voice was. You can call it a primal instinct inside of me or something. You can call it God. Whatever you call it. I took the round back out of the chamber, put it back into the clip, magazine, whatever. And then put the gun back into the holster. And then held out until I was done with work. And as soon as I got home, I called the suicide hotline. I talked to them for quite some time. So I talked to this confused, younger sounding lady on the other side of the phone. And eventually she asked me a question. She said, what did you want to do with your life? One of the things that was already on my mind and depressing me, I thought that liking to be at work more than being off work, that was not something that you were supposed to do. That you were supposed to like being off work more than like being on work. And I had made a discovery internally in a self-help book that I liked being at work more than I liked being off work. So I was already having a sort of existential crisis just because of this. You see how little it takes to send me spiraling into a deep despair that lasts the entire day. These philosophical questions at the time. And my idea at the time was to stay in the military for 20 years and retire. And then the military would take care of me for the rest of my life. That was what they promised. The promise was never going to be kept. After 20 years in the military with the old retirement system, I would have received anywhere from 40 to 50% of my paycheck. As an E6, that would have been $1,500 a month that I would have gotten for the rest of my life. That's not exactly enough money to live in an apartment or just about anything. It was only way later in life that I discovered all this off-the-grid stuff through a sociology class, but it essentially would have never been enough money for the traditional lifestyle at all. So they weren't going to keep their promise. But that was my plan. And if I was this miserable at my first duty station, even though I'd already been there for over a year, if I was this miserable now, how the fuck was I going to stay in for another 18 years? Just didn't seem possible. So the lady on the other end of the phone said, she asked me, what did you want to do before you joined the military? And I said, I just wanted to be like an old PE teacher, an old physical education teacher that yells at the kids for playing the game wrong, you know? And she says, why are you waiting 20 years of your life to do that? I said, holy shit, you're right. I ended the phone call not too long afterwards. and then try to begin planning what I'm going to do after I get off of active duty. What am I going to do after this? So at first, I was just trying to better myself as an individual as much as humanly possible, so that no matter what I did after the military, everything was going to be all right. Looking at the different areas of my life, the things that I was most worried about was like romantic relationships. That's whenever I stumbled upon a Facebook, no. It was a MySpace advertisement. It was for Neil Strauss's follow-up to his famous book, The Game, Penetrating the Secret Society of Pickup Artists. He was releasing something that he called The Rules of the Game, which is supposed to be much more instructive past his book, The Game, Penetrating the Secret Society of Pickup Artists. So it was supposed to be very instructive this time, how to replicate the results that were within that book. And then you could become a pickup artist too and start, getting your romantic relationships in order so that you could finally think with your big head instead of the little one in your pants. And so I was like, okay, cool. He had all these advertisements. The guy, the son from Married with Children would compete against some other guy that I didn't recognize. One of them would have a severe disadvantage, and the other one would have what they thought was an advantage, and the one with the disadvantage would have coaching from Neil Strauss himself. Whoever got the most numbers at the end of the night would win. It was a fun little thing, so I bought it. It came to me, and so I read through it, and I didn't have the balls to do almost any of it. I was like, call somebody on the phone and then, ask them for movie recommendations. I was like, I can't do that. Call somebody, talk on the phone? No way. There's no way I can do that. It's too embarrassing. It's like that's how little I was able to go. That's how bad my self-esteem was. It's like, no, there's no way I can do that. So it was like dead in the water. I couldn't do almost any of it. So I ordered The Game, Penetrating the Secret Society of Pickup Artists by Neil Strauss, read through it start to finish. And eventually I got my hands on some of the other things that Neil Strauss had come up with. I went and I bought an entirely new wardrobe. I started dressing outlandishly, trying to do what they called peacocking. I was a fucking douchebag. I'm not going to pull my punches here. I was a douchebag. I was doing what they told me to do. Tight pants, very loud shirts, man-spreading on purpose to show your dominance. All this kind of absolute horseshit. So then, I started, hyper-focusing on this shit. I also have attention deficit hyperactive disorder. And apparently I have the worst form that you can possibly get. It's being treated with 100 milligrams of atomoxetine a day. And apparently that's the largest dose that you can prescribe to a human being. And according to the VA, I've always had it. So this hyper-focusing thing, this is very much something that I had done a lot of times throughout my life. So I was hyper-focusing on this whole pickup artist stuff. So as a hyper-focused individual, that's all I could fucking talk about as well. So I told one of my coworkers about it. And he said, oh, well, are you a friend of David D'Angelo? I said, the attraction isn't a choice guy from the book? And he's like, yeah, are you a friend of David D'Angelo? I said, no, I'm not a friend of David D'Angelo. And he goes, oh, that's how he calls people who follow his teachings. He calls them friends. It's like, I have some of David D'Angelo's stuff. We'll swap. I'll take some of Neil Strauss's stuff, and you can take some of David D'Angelo's stuff. He was another different type of pickup artist. Now, on my YouTube channel, I have a speech that I did for a school assignment in college that's all about pickup artists. The long and short of it goes like this. There was something called speed seduction that was about hypnotizing girls into liking you. The whole thing was you would take some of their emotions that they felt for someone else that they truly loved and were attracted to, and you would attribute those emotions to you. And if you did it enough times, they would be hypnotized into feeling the same way about you. The thing was that the spell would wear off. So out came the mystery method, and everybody who was following a pickup artist that called himself Mystery. So there was the mystery method, and that was the one that Neil Strauss got into and explored quite a bit in his book, The Game, Penetrating the Secret Society of Pickup Artists by Neil Strauss. And the whole thing with it was bouncing back and forth between your target and your teacher. So whoever you were trying to pick up as a pickup artist and your teacher, you would just bounce back and forth between them. You'd say, hey, baby, you want to come watch fucking porn on my flat screen mirror or something? Whatever the hell your pickup line was. And she'd say, you fucking weirdo. And then you'd be like, and then you go back to your teacher and say, hey, she called me a fucking weirdo and I use this pickup line. They would tell you what pickup line to use next and what to say back to her. And then you'd go back to your target, usually not them, but like somebody else that you were targeting to pick up. And you'd say, well, they wanted me to use this pickup line instead. Hey girl, who lies more, men or women? What do you think? I say, you fucking freak, get out of here. And he says, oh, I'm a freak? Well, I'm a little freaky in bed. What about you? Whatever the hell that they told you to tell to your target. And I'd say, he says, I don't care if you're a freak in bed. Why don't you go fuck off? Back to your cave or whatever. You go back to the pickup artist and you say, oh, well, she said this after I said this. And the pickup artist says, okay, we'll say this back. And you just bounce back and forth like that until you pick up a woman. And that was it. At some point in time, like there was this one guy that David D'Angelo was talking about. And he said that this guy had memorized the first 16 hours of conversation with a woman. Every possible thing that he was going to say to her, and every possible thing that she was going to say back, and every possible response to what she said back to him. 16 hours of conversation. But after that 16 hours, he goes back to being himself. The Superman cape and costume comes off. And he's a guy that spent an absorbent amount of his life memorizing 16 hours worth of shit to say. It's not exactly the basis for a permanent relationship. And so that side of the pickup artist community has not had very good results in the long run. Most of them are not married. Most of them do not have kids. People who followed the mystery method did not do well in their lives on a permanent basis. But if you did what he told you to, you might get a number. You might get tangible results. You might get to sleep with a couple of women to convince them for a short period of time that you're a cool guy instead of what you actually are, a guy that memorized a bunch of responses and things to say until they find out that that's who you actually are. So that was the problem. David D'Angelo was different. His philosophy was, if you build it, they will come. If you want a perfect girlfriend, become a perfect boyfriend, or vice versa, or anywhere in between. If you want the perfect partner, become the perfect partner. They don't want to be with you. You're a fucking loser. They want to be with a winner like themselves. So become a winner. Don't go and look at Andrew Tate and pretend to be a winner. Don't go and fucking, try to do alpha male shit. It's not about doing, it's about becoming. If you build it, they will come. Later on down the line, Mystery was decrying the speed seduction method from the start. And David D'Angelo was decrying the mystery method pretty much at the start. He'd still have them on from time to time, but he would release these 50-hour-long programs, these seminars that he would do to teach men how to pick up women. And well over 95% of it would be how to become a better human being. David D'Angelo is married with 2 kids. Neil Strauss decried the mystery method and all of its relevant pickup artists and everything, and eventually released an entire book called The Truth that you can listen to on Audible. He fucking reads it to you himself and tells you all the nitty-gritty about all the horse shit that he went through because he followed the mystery method. How he was able to pick up a lot of women and it made them indecisive. He could always pick up a new one. He ended up cheating on his now wife. Nearly ruined his relationship. Went to a lot of sex addict meetings. Got into polyamorous relationships. He didn't know what to do with himself, but eventually he came right back to her. And thankfully she forgave him. I guess for him, thankfully she forgave him. And they got married and had a couple kids. If that's what she wants to do, then that's what she wants to do. But just about anybody hearing that story is going to say that Neil Strauss's wife doesn't deserve to have to put up with Neil Strauss. And I think he would agree. He would agree with that assertion. But if it makes you happy, that makes you happy. If going with back with a cheater and forgiving past mistakes and stuff like that makes you happy, then it makes you happy. Wife, husband, couple happy kids. Sounds good to me. Don't ick somebody else's yum, right? So getting exposed to David D'Angelo, he talked about quite a few different things. And he talked about becoming a better person. I was trying to become a better person. So that was the whole thing with David D'Angelo. And with his 50 hours of material at a time that he would offer you, well, it was a hell of a lot to take in. And it was all really good shit. It explained a lot of the things that I had been going throughout my life. I felt like it was actually really helpful stuff. If you build it, they will come, he says. Or that's essentially what he claims. So I believe him. So while I'm taking his courses, the course that I borrowed from his friend as we swapped pickup artist teachers, while I'm going through his courses, I eventually save up enough money to buy one of his courses myself. A good $500 for 50 hours of seminars and whatnot. So as I'm going through it, he mentions that he might be able to start going towards another different thing. Start, building towards something else. And that his next program is going to be really, really good. And it's going to be very focused on how to make yourself into a better person in every category. And I believe him. because he's got 50 hours of seminars. He's got social proof in front of him, a bunch of people who have not ran away from the seminar yet. And so I'm excited. I'm excited for his next thing. And it comes out, and it cost me another like $500 or something. And it's called Man Transformation. Man Transformation. This one comes with 3 extra DVDs. One which is about time management. One which is about becoming healthier. That mindset. The best you that you can be. And one is about how to get money. Here we go. How to get money? Hell yeah. Let's start to build a future after my time active duty in the Navy. That's what I was thinking. I buy his program, Man Transformation, go through the whole fucking thing, and he says, hey, my name's not David D'Angelo. My name's Eben Pagan. That's my real name. His first name's Ebenezer. You can tell why the guy became a pickup artist. How many women want to sleep with a dude named Ebenezer, right? But he goes by Eben Pagan. So he says, my real name is Eben Pagan, and after being asked how I put together these seminars quite often, I eventually made a course about it, and I just run it through my real name. A lot of the pickup artist community have monikers, pen names, so I gave a pen name to myself thinking that was supposed to be what you do. But at the end of the day, you know, I run my business stuff through my real name, so you can find that there. So I go on it. It costs quite a bit of money. I leave my first duty station at Chennai Naval Base in the Jinhae district of Jongwon, South Korea, and I go to my second duty station, my second and final duty station of my active duty career, which was Tinker Air Force Base in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. So I go there, and whenever I do go there, I'm looking at all this, and eventually I save up enough money. It was like $2,000 to buy his little productivity program attached to one of his other business programs, and I start to really get into the idea that this is going to be my future. I'm going to be what he is training me to be, an information product marketer, which is an entrepreneur. And that is who I am going to be whenever I leave active duty. I wanted to be a personal trainer before I became active duty. Look at what exercising did to me. Not only did I have a great chest to show off to Sam way back whenever I was, 15, 16 years old, but also I became somebody reliable that my family started to rely on to help them move and stuff like that. I was the big guy or the strong guy whenever somebody needed a big or strong guy. I was asked for help to go to women's first dates. I was asked to escort women to their cars. Whenever somebody threatened to beat up one of my friends, I was the one that they called to make sure that they didn't get beat up. And I would walk them home. Stuff like that. And it wasn't just that, I became, with a lot of sparring with a lot of people, I became fairly good at sparring. And whenever I did start to do some mixed martial arts way later in life, they felt as if I had some very good fundamentals. And I managed to do quite a bit with it. So I had my 3 months of Taekwondo whenever I was like 14 or 13 or 12. That was my 3 months of Taekwondo back then. That's all I could afford. Then I had a year of judo whenever at the Itakawa dojo in East Alton, whatever, Illinois, which was being offered for like $80 a year or something like that. So I paid the price and I took that year of judo thinking that hopefully it'll help me become military police whenever the time comes. Use some judo techniques to take down some bad guys, get them in handcuffs, get them to quit doing bad guy shit. So then, while I was in Korea, I took a good 3 to 4 months of Muay Thai. I even went to a tournament at some point in time, a mixed martial arts tournament. Despite, sparred with my friends quite a bit whenever I was a teenager. But I also went to a mixed martial arts tournament that was being hosted by bullshido.net, B-U-L-L, like a bull, a male cow, bullshido.net. But gathered together at a local judo place and had a little mixed martial arts tournament, which I didn't win, but I did fairly well. And everyone was very impressed with me. So ever since then, whenever the time comes to do shit like that, people are very impressed with the fundamentals that I have. I haven't gotten in an actual physical altercation since freshman year of high school. There's a lot to be said about intimidation. There's a lot to be said about deterrence, right? Projecting a much more intimidating stature than maybe you could back up physically. Whenever I was in 5th grade, I fought nearly every fucking day of the week. It's like every other goddamn day I was involved in a physical altercation out on the playground. So in 6th grade, I didn't get into too much physical conflict. But I had that teacher that told me that if you're in behavior disorder classes, you're not getting the best education. So you need to work your way out. So I worked my way out. I got a hold of myself. I got control out of myself. And I didn't lose control until close to the end of my freshman first semester at Alton High. There's this little shit that used to mess with us whenever we were waiting for a bus to go home. And he was this annoying little fuck. He would run around and he would antagonize us and everything and picked on us. And I guess it was just because we were kind of outsiders. Me and my friends at that point in time, cringy as fuck. Me and my friends at that point in time had decided to start wearing trench coats because The Matrix had just came out not too long ago. So those who could afford a black trench coat would wear it, and they were like the leaders of the group because they could afford a black trench coat, and that was cool. And the rest of us had brown trench coats. We looked like a bunch of junior detectives. But since the Columbine incident had happened, a lot of people stopped picking on us once we started wearing trench coats because they felt that we were that much closer to losing it. They quit picking on us because they felt like we were going to lose it and take a lot of people out with us. That was their fear. So suddenly, my freshman year of high school, I'm no longer being picked on, and I didn't fully understand why for quite some time. They wouldn't call us by our individual names. If somebody wanted to talk to one of us, they would just say, "Hey, Trenchcoat Mafia," and we'd all turn around, and they'd point to one of us. And you're like, yeah? And go over and start talking to us about whatever they wanted to talk to us about. All travel together in a big group. So this kid was being annoying to us, talking about fucking, being annoying to the Trenchcoat Mafia. I don't know why he didn't fear us. I don't know why he thought it was okay, or I didn't know why, not at the time. I didn't know why he felt like it was okay to mess with us. So, what I did was, he was running around one day. I had it fucking up to here with this motherfucker. And he was running around one day. He was one of those kids that would wear a wallet chain. As if anybody's trying to steal your fucking wallet as a teenager. Grab your fucking coupon for a smoothie. 4 out of 5 punch cards until you get a free 6-inch at Subway's. What do you got, like $1.50 in there? You're a teenager. You're a freshman in high school. But he had a wallet chain. That was the style at the time. It's one of the styles. And he was running around, hopping up, trying to hit people in the face with his wallet chain. So he was going around physically assaulting people. Legally speaking, that's what was happening. Notably, he was a minor. So, right, you know. So my kid goes over to your kid and then, you know, beats your kid within a fucking inch of their life, breaking their jaw in several places, their nose, 2 eye sockets, brain fluid leaking out of his ears. Whatever. Take him to jail or take him to the hospital, get them all put back together, come back to school the next day or whenever they can. My kid was whatever. I don't have any kids. I'm sterile. I'm using this as an example, you know. But he was going around physically assaulting people, or trying to. And it was really annoying. And I said, I had it fucking up to here with this kid. And I said, listen, motherfucker, if that goddamn chain touches one hair on my chin, I'm going to beat the fuck out of you. He says, oh yeah? Why don't you do it right here, right now? I said, I told you the terms. Get out of my face. He's like, yeah, I thought you was scared. And he goes back to doing that shit. Well, eventually it comes my turn again. And he starts hopping up, doing this, trying to hit me in the face with his wallet chain. And then, soon enough, wouldn't you know it, but that wallet chain just grazes the tip of my chin. Just grazes it. I'm not a big kid at this point in time. Remember, this is freshman year. It's my first semester. So I haven't been told with my second semester at Poinciana High School in Kissimmee, Florida, I haven't been told by the PE teacher there that exercise releases endorphins and endorphins make you happy. I have 3 months of Taekwondo training at this point in time. I'm a skinny kid. I'm a weird-looking kid. A lot of people said that I looked like Harry Potter at that point in time in my life. I am not an intimidating human. But I push his shoulder back with my left hand and start raining down blows on his face with my right hand. Just punching him in the face over and over with my right hand. And that's my strat. All 3 of those months of Taekwondo, I don't think I don't think I used any of that. His response is to attempt to knee me in the nuts. He tries, but he fails, and he just lightly grazes my right thigh with his left knee, I want to say. But since he hasn't hit me in the nuts, I continue this assault. Eventually, he takes a step back. My back's up against the brick wall still. He takes a step back. Since this was self-defense in my eyes, I'm not following him. I'm not, trying to continue the beating until he fucking stops breathing or something. And he's got tears in his eyes. His face is all swollen and red. And he runs off. That was the last fight that I've been in my entire motherfucking life. So anyway, he runs off, and then suddenly I have like 60 friends around me. People that I've never seen before in my entire life. They're all coming around to me and telling me that, oh man, if he gets his big brother, then trust me, I'm going to be back to back with you against the world. Yeah, if he gets his big brother over here, I'm going to defend you. Yeah, if he comes back and he fucking gets his big brother out here, I'm gonna whoop his ass. I'm gonna help you whoop his ass. And it's like, because that little shit deserved it. Everybody fucking hated this little kid. And I'm like, well, you keep talking about this big brother. What the fuck is going on? Like, you didn't know? I'm like, know what? And I'm like, the reason that he thought that he could pick on anybody that he wanted to is because his brother is like the star quarterback on the football team. And I was like, what the fuck did you just say to me? And then about that time, some Flash Thompson from fucking Sam Raimi's Spider-Man looking motherfucker comes out of the woodwork. I can remember that this kid had greased up hair, and it was very, very reminiscent of Superman's hair. So he had this greased up hair, and he comes barreling through the crowd. My 60 or so new friends evaporate. My friend Alex, he starts charging towards my friend Alex, taking his backpack off at the same time and throwing it in a random direction. My friend Alex fucking throws me under the bus immediately, just takes two hands and points them at me. And he comes up to me, puts his hand on my shoulder, pushes me up against the wall, and he says, "Did you beat up my little brother?" I said, "Is your little brother so-and-so?" And he goes, "Yeah." And I said, "Yeah." I'm not going to lie to him. What am I going to do? And saying I might be, about to receive a beating or something like that. But I'm not about to piss my pants. My stepdad is larger than this guy, and I get beatings from him every day. I'm not trying to portray myself as a badass here. It's because it's not true. And he reaches his arm back, about to give me like a solid fucking haymaker or something. And he looks behind him, and his bus is pulling away. So he looks back at me, points his finger in my face, and says, "Tomorrow, your days are numbered." Runs over, grabs his backpack, catches up with the bus, slams on the door. They stop, open up, he gets on the bus, and he's gone. Suddenly, my 60 friends are back. I spend the rest of that semester walking the other way around school, avoiding this big brother at all costs. Before the divorce, I start the second semester of high school, and one of my classes has Big Brother right behind me. And I'm just hoping that he doesn't remember. Third day of class or something like that. I hear one of his friends lean over to him and go, "Hey, isn't that kid the guy who beat up your little brother?" And then he leans back over to him, and I hear him, barely above a whisper, say, "Yeah, but my little brother deserved it." And that was that. Guy never came after me. Never had to fight a football star. Whenever I was in McKinley Elementary at 5th grade, getting in a fight about every other day, I'm not saying that I won a fight every other day. I lost a bare minimum of 50% of those fights, if not more. The insult at that point in time was, "Your mom." Say, like, you know that your outfit's pretty fucking out of date? Call the fashion police and say, "Your mom." And that was enough, because I had an abusive stepfather, so I would defend my mother's honor with my life. Your mom was fighting words, and I would put up my dukes. And I would start swinging. Your mom, that's all I needed to hear to get in there. Start trying to hit faces. Like I said, fucking 50% of the time, bare minimum, I lost those fucking fights. If not more. So, there wasn't much in the way of aggressiveness or anything like that. But this whole working out thing I picked up in my semester at Poinciana High School in Kissimmee, Florida, that got me everything. That got me the intimidation factor. That got me people who wouldn't mess with me anymore, who didn't try to fight me anymore. That got me this hobby of sparring. That got me, to me, it got me the confidence to get a girlfriend. That got me a confidence to, become someone's fiance. It's what made me think that I could be a roofer for the entire weekend that I was a roofer. That I was pick up and tear down at Holiday Inn, which meant that I picked up all of the shit and carried it into the conference room whenever somebody would rent out a conference room. And I would tear all of it down once it was done. So all the chairs, all the tables and everything, that's what made me think I could do that. I had a lot of physical labor jobs, and I had the confidence to do them because of all that exercising. I wanted to be a physical fitness trainer. I wanted to be a personal trainer because that's what I thought that you do with physical prowess. The thing was, I could never afford a physical trainer. I never had a personal trainer. Never. Not once in my life. I went for a trial session once. That was it. Never had a physical trainer. So why the fuck was I going to become one? But that was the plan. And that was the other thing, is that this was more of an academic thing. You had to get a bachelor's degree and get your CSCS, Certified Strength and Conditioning Specialist. Notably, if you go to Bally's or something like that, there are a lot of gyms that don't give a shit what the fuck your certifications are. They just want somebody to be out there to try to convince people to buy supplements. And I think Cracked did an expose on this. How personal trainers aren't personal trainers. They are salesmen. They're there to try to get people to buy the upcharged supplements that are there at the gym. That's what they're really there for. Your job isn't to make people in shape. Your job is to convince people to stick around, to buy more shit, to give more money to the gym. That's what you're really there for. And to be independent and to have some respect behind my name, I'd have to get that Certified Strength and Conditioning Specialist, get a bachelor's degree in exercise science, become certified through that Certified Strength and Conditioning Specialist thing, and then after all of that was said and done, then I could be a $25 an hour personal trainer. That's what I could do. That's what I could be. And, well, that was the plan for the longest time. But I could never afford college. I could never make it to college. I joined the military for college money at first. And so that was the plan, and that was what I was going to do. But this Eben Pagan character, he convinced me that to be an information product marketer was a much higher calling. A personal trainer could talk to people one-on-one. Every hour could make $25 to talk to people one-on-one. But if I was an information product marketer, if I released an ebook on how to get in shape, if I released that ebook, then I could sell it to thousands and thousands and thousands of people. And by doing so, I would help thousands and thousands and thousands of people. If I held a seminar with a bunch of different people in attendance, and it was all about getting in shape, then I could help everybody that's inside the seminar. If I released a video series like P90X or something like that, then I can help every single person that purchases this. And the best part about it is you don't need a CSCS to do it. You don't need anything. You got in shape. You know how to solve that problem. You joined the military. You did it on your own. The knowledge of how to do so is inside your brain. And you can tell other people how you did it. And hopefully they can replicate the results. And they could join the military too. That's what he convinced me of. And so I went all in on becoming an information product marketer after my time active duty in the Navy. Bought many more of his programs for thousands of dollars at a time. Bought programs that he recommended from other affiliates. So other people that he knew in the fitness industry, I would buy their programs too. So I'd bought all these fucking programs. I spent thousands and thousands, well over $10,000, if not $15,000, if not $20,000, all in. More knowledge, more knowledge, more knowledge. And even within that very first program that got me into this business track, even within that very first program, he says, it's not more knowledge that you need, it's some action. At some point in time, you have to put the book down and go take a hammer to a nail. At some point in time, you have to put the book down and go do something. You can't sit there and read one pickup artist book after another after another. At some point in time, you have to go to a bar and say something to a woman. Period. I said, well, fuck. The fuck am I supposed to do now? So I did lots of things. I started a YouTube channel after my time active duty. My first couple videos were mostly regarding this whole thing. And mostly regarding this whole business venture. I really thought I was going to be an entrepreneur. I joined a couple of different meetup.com groups and went to many meetups while I was in Oklahoma. I went to Dan Kennedy's Glazer Kennedy Insider Circle conference in late 2011 in Georgia. He held the whole conference in this one hotel, and I didn't stay in that hotel. I stayed in my car every night for about the whole week that he was doing these conferences, fucking 16 hours a damn day, presentation after presentation after presentation from multi-millionaires. After all that, I would go back to my car, and then I would sleep in the back of it. My old Ford Explorer. No, it wasn't mine. It wasn't my car at all. It was my car that I was borrowing from my grandparents. An old RAV4 or something like that. It was a hatchback of some kind. Can't remember what it was. But it broke down on the way home, and they had to buy me a bus ticket to get back to Illinois. Had to ride the Greyhound and sell that car to a scrapyard because there was no way that my grandpa was going to go all the way to Georgia to drag it home and try to fix it. Can't remember what the fuck it was. A hatchback of some kind. So that's what I did for an entire week. Took a week's worth of clothes with me. Everybody else is in business suits. I was in jogging pants and workout shirts. Fucking ridiculous. Went to a lot of meetup.com meetings after I left active duty as well in 2011. Did that for quite some time. Eventually, I figured out that it wasn't going to happen. 95% of all businesses fail. 95% within the first year. 95% of all remaining businesses fail within the next 5 years. I think 95% of businesses fail in the first 5 years. 95% of the businesses that survive fail in the next 5 years. So that was the odds, but Evan Pagan had convinced me that his programs could change the odds. And maybe it was true. But at some point in time, I didn't take advantage of it. His close friend for quite some time, Frank Kern, would say that that's a failure on Evan's part. He didn't inspire me to take action. And it's not his job to inspire me to take action, so to speak. It's his job to weed people like me out so that I don't buy his program in the first place, so that his customer base is primarily people who are going to take action, not really inspire me to get off my ass and take action. So that was that would be the assertion of his friend Frank Kern, but it wouldn't be Evan Pagan's assertion. He would consider this my failure, and I agree with him. But if he was more exclusive, then perhaps he could have he could have weeded out people like me that weren't going to take action using his materials. If we just said, hey, if you're not about to start a website tomorrow and start selling the things that you know tomorrow, if you're not willing to do that tomorrow, don't buy this fucking program. I will have one of my associates call you, which is one of the things that he does. Has his associates call you and talk to you for hours on end. Says, I'm going to have one of my associates call you. And if she is not walking you, if he or she, it was always a she that I spoke to on the phone. If she talks to you and she's not walking you through the process of going to fucking Squarespace and starting a website, if you dilly-dally or something, don't fucking buy this program. Don't waste my fucking time. If that was what his sales pitch was, then perhaps I wouldn't have gotten into all of this. But at the same time, that guy wants money. He's got a wife and kids. He needs money. Stuff like that. So at the end of the day, you know, can I really fault the guy for that? Frank Kern wasn't comfortable being rich off of programs that he didn't think his customers were going to take advantage of. That bothered Frank Kern. Doesn't mean that it bothered Evan Pagan. It's really hard to get numbers. You know, go to the side of the road and start selling scissors. Buy them all from Harbor Freight and then start for $1 a piece and sell them on the side of the road for $1.50. How many people grabbed your scissors and then used them and actually cut something with them, with your scissors that you sold them? How are you getting those numbers? What are you going to do? Fucking ask for each of your customers' phone numbers? Call them? Make sure that they've used your scissors? What the fuck, man? You know, these things are really hard to do. It's really hard to get numbers about whether or not, you know, something works. Something is actually being used by your customers. So it's a big ask. It's a big ask. Frank Kern asks a lot from other entrepreneurs that think the way that he does. I don't know whether or not Eben Pagan 100% agrees with his assertions. Either way, that was the new mission. To become an information product marketer. And the thing was, I was super scared. Super scared. Whenever I left active duty, I wanted to whenever I left active duty, I wanted to become this information product marketer. But I also wanted to help out veterans. I wanted to help out my friends. I wanted to help out my family. I wanted them to replicate the results that I did. I want them to be able to go to college. I want them to be able to become healthy like I had become. I wanted them to replicate my health-related results. I wanted them to be able to replicate my money-related results. I wanted them to be able to travel like I did. And everything. I cared about my fucking friends and family. You know, sue the fucking shit out of me, but I cared about my friends and family. I cared about the people in the military that I cared about. My friends in the military, my coworkers. So my fellow service members, I wanted to help them. So whenever my mother called me one day and asked me whether or not I want to take over her mortgage for the house in East Alton, at first I said no. I said, no, I don't. What I wanted was something low maintenance. I wanted a small apartment somewhere. I was thinking about the apartments that were down the street from my mom's house in East Alton. I was thinking about those apartments. I'm pretty sure my old buddy Alex's older brother, who was also in the Army, had, I'm pretty sure that he had lived in one of those apartments. I wanted something that didn't cost a lot of money, was not a lot of rent. Was this sort of a apartment, thing, something small, nothing high maintenance. And I wanted to concentrate on school and concentrate on trying to become this entrepreneur. That's what I wanted to do. But after being offered a whole fucking house, how are you going to say no? I said no. I fucking told my mom no. Then I called her again the next day and said, you know what? I changed my mind. I will take over the mortgage for the house. I will take a free house. For all of the years since I had turned 14 years old, she had been paying off this house. Now, at that time, nearly 10 years later, I was 10 years closer to owning that house in East Alton because of her efforts. Take over mortgage for her house. She had just gotten married to this new guy. And she's like, take over the mortgage for my house. You can have it. Me and this new husband of mine, we're going to move somewhere else. Going to move to another house. So how about them apples? I said, sure. Yeah. It's a, let me see, 1, 2, 3 bedroom, unfinished basement, 1.5 bathrooms, 1,200 square feet, 1,300 square feet, 1,600 square feet? I don't remember. That was a fucking pretty good house. She had done a lot to remodel it and everything. Why not? Didn't make any sense. So I said, yeah, I'll take it. And I wanted to do more with it. I wanted it to be a veteran halfway house. I wanted to help out the veterans. My last 4 months in the military, I was honor guard. You know, burying dead people. A veteran dies. I go over there, play taps on the bugle. That song, burr, 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 burr. And so, like, you know, I play taps on the bugle, take the flag off of their coffin, fold it up, give it to their next of kin to put into a little case and to remember them by, say a couple words to them, that sort of shit. Everybody below a certain rank had to do it. They just took turns. Every couple of months, it was like, okay, we're going to take these guys out of honor guard and we're going to put these guys into honor guard. It was my turn to do it for 3 months, but I only had 4 months left in the service, so instead of changing me out of it, they just left me in it. And so I was honor guard for my last 4 months of service. Honor guard. The area of our responsibility was from southern Missouri to northern Texas. That's the area of responsibility that we had to cover in Tinker Air Force Base, Navy Honor Guard. That's a lot of area. And yes, I did bury somebody in southern Missouri. And yes, I did bury somebody in northern Texas. Sometimes we'd have 3 or 4 funerals a day. Not every day, but it wasn't uncommon for us to be in the security van, that we called it, going like 100 fucking miles an hour trying to get from one funeral to the next. One funeral would be late, the other one would start early. We'd get there, everybody'd be already gathered waiting for us. Or we'd get there and there wouldn't be anybody there yet. And we'd be sitting there wondering if we even got the right place, if we got the address right. Our shitty GPS trying its best to tell us one way or the other whether or not we were right or wrong. And we're just sitting there flabbergasted, like, what the fuck is going on? So that was us. And I wanted to help some of these people. I knew the statistics. I knew that every day 22 veterans took their own lives at the time. I knew that a lot of people that I buried probably punched their own ticket. And it wasn't one thing that I wanted to know. It wasn't one thing. I wanted to make a difference in some capacity. I thought maybe if I could tell some of these people to get into shape, then maybe they wouldn't be so depressed. But at the same time, I was depressed and I was in shape. And I was ignoring this. I was ignoring these things because it was the only thing I could fucking think of. Since I know how to get in shape, obviously, I got myself in shape. So maybe if I teach others to get in shape, then they could go through the whole thing that I went through. And maybe if they go through all that, then I don't know, maybe their lives will be better. I don't know. It's the only thing I've got. I certainly didn't think as a fucking piece of trailer trash from Fidelity, Illinois, that I was going to become a doctor one day or something like that. I certainly didn't think that at all. So I couldn't get a scholarship for college. What the fuck did you think I was going to be able to do? So I'm sitting there trying to figure out what the fuck to do, how to move on with my life, how to do anything. So I'm thinking about this fucking information product marketer thing, trying to get it to work. And I also want to make a difference to the people that I care the most about. All of that was the truth. All of that was the case. So, about 6 months to a year after I left active duty, somewhere around that time frame, a friend that I had recruited in the Navy, convinced to join the Navy, was going to leave the Navy. He came in a little while after I came in. He left a little while after I left. So I opened up the other half of my house to charge him, what was it, $300 a month rent? A flat fee. And he got into my house and he doubled the electric bill. I didn't know about renting, subletting, anything like that, and I didn't do any research. It's my fault. So he doubled the internet bill by himself, and I ended up making no money. I charged, I don't know, $150 for my first, for my ex-wife to join me in that house. About $150, something like that. I don't know. Maybe I charged him $500 and I charged her $300. Something like that. I don't know. I don't remember. But they were both flat fees, and she doubled the water bill by herself. So like I said, I didn't do any research. This is my fault. It's not their fault. They're not the bad guys in this story. But I wanted to provide him a home and everything. My old friend, he never liked being at home. He moved in with me for a short amount of time. Moved into the basement, the unfinished basement, for a short amount of time whenever we were teenagers. And my mom made him move out. And then I thought of doing a lot of things. I thought of opening up the house to do many other things. There was a friend of mine that I worked with in Korea. I let him stay the night, a few nights. And I wanted to do something. I wanted to do something for veterans with my life. Every time that my friend, fellow Navy service member, would come down, every time that he would run into some trouble with Lewis and Clark Community College, saying that he wasn't making good enough grades or something like that. Every time they said something like that to him, I would craft an email to them saying, hey, I represent such and such person. I would drive to them. I'm the one that got him to start using his post 9/11 GI Bill right away. I drove him down to Lewis and Clark Community College to get all signed up. Whenever they tried to kick him out for low grades, I crafted everything to talk to the low academic progress board. Told him, hey, you don't fucking talk to my friend like that. My name's so and so. I fucking represent such and such. You don't talk to him like that. He's going to try the best that he can. He's a veteran like myself. So, and I would come down there. I'd fight his battles. I'd fight his fight. I was aggressive. And I was trying to do something good. And I would fail. I'd fail over and over again. I got him back in school. Stuff like that. Whenever he had trouble, I was able to help him out. And he eventually moved out because I was a hard guy to get along with. I wanted everything to be so-so, everything to be such and such. I wanted everything to be a certain way. And it was a pain in the ass. I'm not going to fucking defend myself. It was a pain in the ass for anybody, for everybody. To be, to have to deal with me, to be around me. Whenever I was insistent on everything being in such a way, you had to do things in the right order. You had to do things the exact right way, or else I'd yell at you. I was a fucking pain in the ass to deal with. He didn't make it as far in the military as I did. I left the military as an E5, and I immediately joined the active drilling reserves, and started attending the NOSC at Lambert Airport in St. Louis. Right across the street from like the terminals in in St. Louis, Missouri, there's a little Navy base, or at least there was at the time. Maybe they shut it down. I don't know. But that's where I attended, my Navy active drilling reserves. I did that once a month. Went there for 2 days, once a month. I did that because I thought that my health benefits were going to go away, and I didn't want my entire world to come falling down just because I got sick. So that was the idea. Once I learned that the VA will pretty much, take care of you. They're like all hospitals. They can't just kick you out of there. They have to get you back on your feet first. And then they'll charge you later if it's not something that they, do or whatever. But that was the idea. That's what I was going to do. So I was an incredibly difficult man to get along with. I'll fully admit that. That was my fault. I drove away a lot of friends. I drove away a lot of family. I was an asshole. And I was very aggressive about it. I was very elitist. I demanded a lot more from people than they were willing to give. I wanted people to be constantly moving towards something. I wanted there to be some Kaizen, that Japanese concept of constant improvement. Instead, I was in a sea of people who constantly complained. And it was something that my father was very upset about as well, is that he considered the Midwest to be full of people who would complain about things and never try to solve their problems. Now, my father had no room to talk whatsoever about this particular thing, because he's a clinical level narcissist, as it turns out, and he never even tried to improve himself in his own life whatsoever. So all this thing, these complaints about him, I don't know how he thinks that anything's better down there in Florida. Anyways, with all that being said, so that was my father. That was me. And that's what I demanded of people. I demanded that people be constantly working on their problems. If they were going to complain about something, I wanted them to work on it. And I wanted to help them work on it. And I would come across many people that weren't working on things. Many people that didn't want my help. This is a men are from Mars, women are from Venus sort of thing. Where, you know, women are supposed to want, according to the book, I've never read the book, but according to what I've heard about the fucking book, that, you know, whenever women complain about something, you're supposed to go, yeah, and just listen to them complain. And wait until they say, well, what would you do in my situation? Wait until they ask for help. And if they don't ask for help, you're supposed to say, yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, she shouldn't have talked to you that way. You're supposed to just blindly give support. And it was never, and then, you know, men are constantly trying to solve the problem. Hey, I couldn't get my car to start. What do you mean you couldn't get your car to start? Was it not turning over? You know, whenever you turn the key and it goes, did it not do that? No, it turns over, but it never sparks. It never goes, and then starts to do that thing. Oh, so it's doing that thing. Okay, so did you try this? It sounds like this might be the problem. So that the men, whenever they talk to each other, it's this direct, like, you know, problem, solution. And it leads to some bad stuff sometimes. Somebody's like, hey, I'm trying to lose weight. I tried counting calories and everything, but I just couldn't lose weight. You probably weren't counting calories good enough. It leads to these instant solutions that nobody is using and aren't helping anybody. And so, like, it's not all good to do things one way or the other. Whenever somebody says, hey, how would you solve this problem? They're trying to get you to step into their shoes. If you were being talked to like this, how would you handle the situation? That kind of stuff. So that was, this is not strictly a woman problem or a man problem. From what I heard from men are from Mars, women are from Venus, like I heard from them. It's not a strictly man or woman problem. It very much seems to be more a people problem. And neither approach are good. And there needs to be like there needs to be a combination of both. There needs to be, I definitely do think that, you know, men and women should wait and say like, hey, you know, wait until somebody asks you for your help instead of trying to solve their problem right away. I do believe that that's the better approach, but it was never the approach that I wanted. It wasn't the approach that I immediately thought of way back when. Didn't have the patience for that. And that's something that I had to work on myself. I still have to work on myself. So my buddy eventually left, eventually moved out of my house, and it was back to me and my ex-wife. And I was going deep into debt because I was a fucking full-time student. I was scared. Whenever I was going to leave the military, I went to TAPS class, the Transition Assistance Program. It's a class that you're allowed to go to. and they give you time off work to go to it. So that's the class. So they give you like a week off to go to this class, 8 hours a damn day. And so I was going to this class. And the person that was running Tab's class at Tinker Air Force Base in late 2010 or early 2011, that person was an Army veteran who was a former, I want to say, mechanic, something to do with trucks. Said he spent most of his time in Germany. That's mostly where he worked while he was active duty. That person said that whenever you get back to the world, whenever you get back home, you need to sign up for every fucking thing. You need to sign up for unemployment insurance. You need to sign up for food stamps. You need to start using your post 9/11 GI Bill benefits right away. You need to be doing this right away. This stuff is paid by your taxes. You pay taxes. You have paid for these services. Not using them is kind of like putting a bunch of money in your bank account and refusing to withdraw them. With refusing to withdraw that money. You have paid for these services. You need to use them. If you do not need the money, then you can give it to somebody else. Give it to a family member. Give it to somebody for a rainy day fund. Save the money for when you get a flat tire or something else. He said you need to go to the VA. You need to get a top to bottom screening. Physical screening. Mental screening. You don't know what's wrong with you. You are not a doctor. They do. He said that he was he worked in the mechanic shop whenever he was in his time in service, whether that was Germany or wherever. And he says it's loud in there. And I've been in mechanic shops before a convoy and Tinker Air Force Base. Hell yeah. It's like 1,000 things running at all points in time. A bunch of people trying to make sure that these vehicles aren't going to fucking, break down in the middle of the damn road while you're on, while we're in the middle of the convoy. I'm sorry, I'm sitting here and I'm silently watching people build shit while I'm recording this. Just watching it in the background. And all I can think of is, I know this motherfucker is not sitting here making a goddamn fireplace out of river rocks. But he is. And it's pissing me off. Because he's going to fire it up once for the YouTube video. And if he ever uses it again, he's got a high chance of this motherfucker exploding like a goddamn fragmentation grenade. Killing everybody in a 25-meter radius. Motherfucker. Anyways. River rocks. Water gets into the rocks themselves. It gets in the rocks. If the water inside the rock tries to expand whenever it's being heated, and it tries to expand and it can't expand, then it'll explode, taking the rock with it. See any steam engine explosion that has ever been recorded, ever. Any survival expert can tell you this. Don't put river rocks in your campfire. They explode. My fucking uncle can tell you this shit. Sorry. I'm trying to record this, but whenever they do something just for the YouTube, fucking pisses me off. because that's dangerous. People take after you. People fucking do the same thing that you're doing here in real life and try to use it for their real house, and they'll fucking die. Anyways. So these I tried. So the people, the guy that ran this this TAPS class, he told us this. He told us to use our benefits. We paid for them with our taxes and everything. He said get checked top to bottom, even if you don't think that you are even if you think that you are that you're fine, there's nothing wrong with your mind, there's nothing wrong with your body. Even if you think of all that, then you don't know what's wrong with you. The doctors do. He said, I didn't think there was anything wrong with me. I worked in these shops. There'd be a lot of very loud machineries. And I didn't know that there was anything wrong with me, but I got checked at the VA, and they said that I was that I had tinnitus. He said, I thought that everybody had ringing in their ears, and maybe, maybe something else, maybe it's just something that happens whenever you grow older. I don't know. I just thought it was normal. He says, now I've got 50% disability from the VA, and that sure as fuck helps me pay a lot of my bills. He says, it certainly fucking helps me pay my fucking bills. And he says, if you don't need the money, you can give it to somebody else. But you fucking earned it. You came into the military, you weren't hard of hearing, now you are. They give you money to compensate for, they'll either fix the problems that they caused, or they'll give you money to compensate for the fact that they fucking caused you a problem. So that's your money. If you do not take it out, if you do not use your money, then that's like putting a shitload of money into a bank account for years and years and refusing to take it out of that bank account. That's what he told me. That's what he told everybody that was there. Talk to anybody else who went to TAPS class in 2010, 2011, late 2010, early 2011, Tinker Air Force Base. They'll tell you the same thing. They'll tell you what this guy told us. So, with all of that being said, with all that being said, whenever I left the military and I tried to use these benefits, I did everything that he told me to. I signed up for this, I signed up for that. But because I was active drilling reserves, not only did I make too much money to have food stamps, but they gave me $16 a month for food stamps for like 2 months and then said that they wanted it back. So I was spending money that wasn't even mine. So I was scared. I was scared to get into debt and not be able to pay this money back. I didn't know what was going to happen to me if I wasn't able to pay this money back. I knew that if I made enough money to no longer be eligible for unemployment insurance, then I might, if I didn't make enough money to get out of unemployment, if I made enough money to no longer qualify for unemployment insurance, then it would be gone forever. So what if I made $3,000 one month? What if I made? What if I wrote an ebook and I sold it online, made $3,000 in one month, and then the government found out and they said, "Hey, you made $3,000 this one month. You no longer qualify for unemployment insurance. Goodbye." And I did that the first week of my insurance. And then nobody ever bought a fucking thing from me ever again. What if that happened? I needed something that was sustainable. I needed a plan that was definitely going to work. I needed a plan that was going to print money over and over and over again. I needed a guarantee. I needed something to happen like that. It couldn't be just something that was whatever. It had to be something that was definitely going to work no matter what. So I worked on it, and I worked on it, and I worked on it, and I worked on it. But I never gained the confidence to pull the trigger and try to sell something online. And then by the time I was coming close to the end of the 99 weeks of unemployment guaranteed under previous President Barack Obama, by the time I was getting to the end of that, well, it was over. There's nothing more that I could do. I needed money now. I didn't have the possibility of going on whatever, and since I had worried about it so much, I hadn't built anything. And remember, I was trying to do all of this as a full-time student as well. So whenever you look at full-time students, whenever you look at me and ask me, why is it taking so long to for me to build my cabin that I'm currently building? I've built it, I have to insulate it. Why is it taking you so long to insulate your cabin? I ask you, do you have a bachelor's degree? Are you taking pre-med classes? If the answer is no, then where's your cabin? Right? Where's your cabin? Why don't you have one? You've got more time than I do. What the fuck? So, you tried all this time for business. Where's your business? Why didn't your business work? Well, 95% of them don't work. And, out of those 95% that don't work, like, what makes you think that I was going to do a better job as an active duty guy and in the Navy? Are you active duty in the Navy? Is the answer yes? Where's your fucking business? Right? So whenever I say that there's that thing where people will sort of have this idea that that they're going to listen to you for a moment and then suggest a way to fix your problem, and that was the way that I was trying to do things, I'm telling you that I was wrong. I'm telling you that this is not the way to do things. I'm telling you that you should listen to somebody complain and not offer any solutions until they fucking ask you to. That's the right way to do things. And not only should I have done things that other way. But I also need to work on that in continuance as moving on with my life. So thinking about all this, I tried to use these benefits, but I was fucking scared to death. I was scared to death that if I had any success, that it put me away from the programs that I've already paid for, according to this guy. Also, I was afraid to go to the VA in the first place. I can remember the first time that I showed up at John Cochran VA Medical Center. I believe I was trying to walk in on my 2 feet, and somebody was being wheeled out in a wheelchair with no arms or legs. And I said, well, I don't need that this bad. They have it worse than me. And I went home. So it took me well over a year just to be brave enough to walk through the front door of the military, of the VA medical facility, and ask for the help that I needed, even though I didn't need help as badly as some of the other veterans. Even though the other veterans, they might have been special forces or something like that. The doctors know how to treat people. They know that you've got to treat certain people with more extreme illnesses before you treat people with other illnesses. The doctors know these types of things. They don't need me to try to make their fucking decisions for them. They know the level of care, and if you don't come in there, then they sit there with their dick in their hands their entire fucking shift, not doing anything. So if you don't use it, all you do is lose it. But I was fucking mentally ill. I was right out of the military. I didn't know what the fuck was going on, and I was sad and scared and confused. I just didn't know what to do. I was afraid of doing what I thought I had to. The entire time that I was in honor guard, I drank a lot. I never went to work drunk. I don't think I even went to work hungover. But I drank a lot. Oh, I drank a lot. Because going to funerals 3 times a day, shit like that, that's no good. That's no bueno. People crying, people dying, burying dead people. I don't want to. I'm trying to be a professional. I'm trying to bury a fucking dead guy, and I'm surrounded by their family crying about their dead relative, and it makes sense that they're crying about their dead relative. I'm not knocking them. I'm not trying to say, oh, they shouldn't give a shit about their dead relative. What I'm saying is that I wanted to do my job and go home. I wanted to render my services and fucking go home. What I didn't want to do is burst out crying because everybody around me is crying. I didn't want to feel what they felt. I wanted to do my job and go home. I didn't want to feel anything. So Since I didn't want to feel anything, I tried not to. And trying not to was all about drinking. I drank until I got numb, until I didn't feel anything anymore. Not off work, not at work. Just trying to get rid of the pain of having to deal with all this. I didn't want to feel what they were feeling. It took a while for me to stop drinking after I left active duty. My mom didn't like it. It took her a while to leave the house and everything. I was scared. I didn't know what to do. I tried very hard, put a lot of hours into these things. Never pulled the trigger. Sat there for ages and ages. Never pulled the fucking trigger. Never sold a goddamn thing. Never made a dime online. Went to a bunch of meetup.com meetings. All those kind of absolute fucking horseshit. Trying my best to do something with my life. Never pulling the trigger. It's one of those things. Later on down the line, I would run into people like, gamer guy GG on YouTube, who's a former psychiatrist. Of all things. He's a former psychiatrist, and he talks about some of the things with ADHD, like whenever it feels like you're all the way down on the gas pedal and you're not fucking moving and you don't know why. You're exhausted and you're not doing anything. And it feels so bad. It feels terrible. Because it doesn't seem like you're doing anything at all, but you're exhausted. You sit there all day telling yourself, I'm not doing anything, I'm not doing anything, I need to do something, I need to do something, I need to do something, I'm not doing anything, I'm not doing anything. Spending hours and hours and hours doing busyness instead of business. And you're not going anywhere, you're not doing anything. You're just a wantrepreneur. Years of this. But it's kind of like traveling the world with a broken arm, hoping that this will fix you and that will fix you, and trying to make money doing things that require two unbroken arms. But what you really need is a cast for your fucking broken arm. That's this whole thing with ADHD and everything. Traveling around the world. Trying to do this whole living with this thing, this fucking, broken arm. Whatever, you need to get that fixed. Now, I eventually did start going to I started going to the VA, and they gave me they did a psychological screening and they gave me a preliminary diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder. The lady given the screening at the time said that I probably have post-traumatic stress disorder. And I said, okay, well, I need to get that fixed or I need to get compensated for it. They rescinded that diagnosis, later explaining that they were probably, the post-traumatic stress disorder used to be a anxiety it used to be an anxiety based illness, but then they reclassified it. So what they were actually detecting is the generalized anxiety disorder that I was eventually, at age 30, diagnosed with. So that's what they thought went on there. But I went with the preliminary diagnosis thinking that it was like a full diagnosis and I wanted treatment. But they didn't diagnose me fully with anything until I was 30 motherfucking years old. Whenever I entered the Navy, they said, hey, I went to military entrance processing station. And I said, they said, hey, did you have any sort of mental illnesses whenever you were a kid? And I said, I think whenever I was a kid, I was diagnosed with ADHD and received Ritalin or methylphenidate. And then they said that that might have caused depression and I might have been given Zoloft. I said, I think that's what happened. And they sent me back to the recruiter, and the recruiter asked me what happened, and I told him what happened. And he said, well, do you have any medical records from whenever you were a kid? I said, no. And I said, he said, well, then don't fucking tell him that. So I'm going to bring you here next weekend. We're going to try this again. And that's what my recruiter said. So from the day that my mom couldn't afford my medication as a kid anymore to age 30, I didn't have any diagnosis or medication or anything. But I was going there. I was trying to get help. So from age 24 to 25, somewhere in there, to age 30, 6 fucking years I was going to the VA trying to get help. And they weren't giving me help. They weren't diagnosing me with anything. They weren't fucking they weren't doing any of this shit. They weren't diagnosing me with anything. They weren't prescribing me anything. They were saying that I might have depression, and they were saying that I should probably get on antidepressants, but I said that would disqualify me from further service in the military. And the only time that I've been happy in my life was whenever I was in the military. And so I didn't want to rule out that option on a permanent basis. To help with my sleep, they gave me trazodone, and that gave me all sorts of hell whenever I went and joined up with the U.S. Army Senior Reserve Officer Training Corps. I was still doing exactly what I was told. I told them the truth as per what my fucking as per what my recruiter from the Navy told me to do. I did all that. And so I was still following orders, but at that point in time, whenever it came time, I passed every requirement that they had. Whenever it came time to give me a job, they cut off my contract and refused to commission me as an officer of the United States Army. Right around late 2012 or early 2013, I decided that I had gotten in $25,000 in debt trying my damnedest to keep this damn house together in East Alton. Every summer, the AC would break down. Every winter, the heater would break down, and I had tenants. If it was just me, I would have just sat in the cold or sat in the heat, got naked, walked around the house by myself. But I had tenants. I had the ex-wife, and I felt like I needed to take care of her. And for her to have fucking flushing toilets and shit like that, I could have dealt without it. That much is abundantly clear since I've been shitting in a bucket for 4 fucking years now out here in the middle of nowhere. So I think I've pretty much proved to myself that I don't need this shit. But it I felt like I had to take care of these people. So eventually, whenever it was just me and the ex-wife living in that house, I said enough is enough. I'm $25,000 in debt. It costs too much to keep fucking dealing with this damn house, and it's not worth it. So I let it go as an asset. I declared bankruptcy, and I went through a foreclosure. Constantly, again and again, my mom kept asking about the house. She kept asking about the house over and over and over again. And I was like, you said it was my house. What do you fucking give a shit? What do you care so much? And before that, for years, she kept coming over and she kept fucking coming over and she kept like criticizing every little thing that I did with the house. She didn't want me to paint the walls. She didn't want me to enclose the porch with some window screen. She didn't want me to change the build a fence. She didn't want me to not build it. She didn't want me to change anything about the house. And I was thinking, like, what the fuck is going on? And she would give me a little excuse, and they would change every single time. And whenever people change their story every time, that's something that, you know, police pick up on. And that's when they know that you're fucking lying out your ass. So she kept changing the story. She kept changing the story. Every time I asked her, why the fuck are you coming here and criticizing every goddamn thing I did with a house that you keep saying is mine? So I go through the foreclosure, and I head up to Grandma and Grandpa's house. They said that they'll take me while I figure out my next move in life. I was trying to decide whether I was going to go to Dancing Rabbit Eco Village, which I'd learned about in that sociology class. Join them because they live on $3,000 a year. That'll make my money really stretch, this post 9/11 GI Bill money. Or can I go back to Korea? Can I move back to Korea and live there? It's got to be cheaper to live there, and build up courage to move to someplace else, like maybe the Philippines, where all of my smarter friends retired at. They retire in the Philippines. So what about that? Maybe that can be an option. Build up courage to live at somewhere else and then come back, with the answer, right? So that was my plan. That's what I was thinking of. So while I'm making this plan down at Grandma and Grandpa's house, suddenly my mom comes back with her new husband and she starts to scream at me. And she doesn't stop screaming at me for about 6 straight hours. She's really upset that I lost the house. And I don't understand why. She's yelling at me, and I have low self-esteem at that point in time in my life. So I'm just assuming that she's angry because I made her angry. My ex-wife and I are sitting there being screamed at for 6 straight hours. My oldest little brother is sitting there watching this whole thing, and he's crying. And I'm trying to figure out what's going on, and I'm crying too. I don't know why she's so upset at me. She keeps saying that this isn't the way to do things, that I did something wrong. And I had to have done something wrong. Why else would somebody be yelling at me like this? So all of this shit's happening, right? And I'm going through this person's yelling at me, this person that I know and love, my mother. And somewhere right in the middle of it, she tells the truth on accident. She says that the house in East Alton was going to be a starter house. She said that the house in East Alton was something that she was going to fall back to, that she had gone out with this new husband of hers. That she had done all of this. And if things didn't work out with the new husband, she was going to come back to the house in East Alton. But now she has to make it work with the new husband, because I took her backup plan. This was not the plan. No one will take that deal. No one will take a deal where here's the deal. Hey man, stay in my house and pay my mortgage. Every single time that something breaks in the house, fix it. It cost me $2,000 to fix the AC every summer. It cost me $2,000 to fix the heater every winter. The unfinished basement flooded. Cost me $2,000 for them to dig up the yard and replace the old clay pipes that had collapsed with PVC pipes, so the fucking basement would quit flooding. So all of this kind of shit. Stay in my house, pay my mortgage, pay for all of the repairs all on your own. And then eventually I'll come back at a random time and take this house back from you. Thanks for paying several, $1,000 out of your pocket. That's not the deal. No one would take that deal if that was the fucking deal. Of course no one's going to take that deal. So if that was the deal, I never would have fucking said yes to the deal. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Ever since this one moment of telling the truth, ever since that, my mom has tried to gaslight every single human being that was present into believing that she never said that and that she would never say that. Of course, all of the abuse counselors have gotten together and said, hey, she did say that. That was what she said. That's what she wanted. And the reason that we know that that's true is because she constantly kept coming in and criticizing everything that you did about the fucking, the house. She screamed at you for 6 hours about losing the house. People don't do that whenever you make a bad financial decision. People don't do that whenever you do something that affects their credit. When and if I crashed my mom's car or something and that raised her insurance premium and screwed with her credit, she didn't scream at me for 6 hours. She never did this before. It's very clear that she had a very specific end goal in mind, that she was offering an offer that I would not have said yes to if I knew the stipulations that she kept inside of her mind. So it's taken me a long time with her constantly trying to gaslight every human being that was in that room into thinking that she didn't say those words. It's taken me a very long time to untangle that mess, but that is what happened. And the abuse counselors, they confirmed this. So if you want to argue with them, you can argue with me. Don't fucking argue with me. Go argue with them. Call them up. Dial the number. Say, hey, he said that you said this. Did you say that? Blah, blah, blah. Don't argue with me. I thought that there was going to be a ticker tape parade like it was at the end of the movie Jarhead, or like there was at the end of the book Jarhead. I thought there was going to be a ticker tape parade. I thought that I had earned people's respect, therefore they were going to show me respect. I was going to be treated differently whenever I got home. That was my problem. I should have known that I was going to be treated the exact same, that people were still going to treat me like I was a kid, like I had gone to summer camp for 4 years, that I had spent the night at my friend's house for 4 years. I should have known that. I should not have thought that people were going to treat me differently because of what I've done. I shouldn't have thought that. But also, nobody helped me with that. That wasn't part of TAP's class. Some shared responsibility there. Once I got out of the loony bin in late 2017, one of the things that they immediately did was put me in the interpersonal skills program. And one of the first things that they did the first day of the interpersonal skills program was say, in essence, yeah, you've been mistreated. What now? Said it's incredibly common. It's more common than not for military veterans to get treated badly. So it's more common than not that is the case. I believe you. You've been mistreated. Now what? People mistreat veterans constantly, all the time. It's not what we want to hear. It's not what we want to be the case, but it is the case. Now what? So this was a problem. This is a common problem. And it's a problem that they're not addressing on the preventative level. They're not coming in and trying to make sure that this isn't the case. They're not coming in and trying to make sure that veterans aren't mistreated this way. They're not telling veterans to go to abuse counseling so that they're not mistreated, just in a preventative way, so that, that's the whole thing. Ever since I went to abuse counseling and I graduated out of their program, ever since I went to abuse counseling, one of the things that's happened is I've never been abused that way ever again. Haven't run into people like my ex-wife, haven't run into people like my mother. And my mother hasn't been able to worm her way back into my life and get me to take another one of her Faustian deals. She hasn't been able to do that to me again. I haven't been taken advantage of by these people. Whenever I start to see signs, these red flags that they painstakingly hammered into my head, I start to say, hey, I'm seeing red flags. If you have problems with these red flags, if you think that you're not exhibiting red flags, then we can get one of these abuse counselors on the phone. They're free to all. But you're exhibiting these red flags. Here is the science behind the damage that can be dealt by the red flags that you're exhibiting. And I'm going to need to step away from this situation. You are damaging other human beings with these red flags. Here's why. Here's the science behind it. Here's the people that you can argue with if you don't think that this is the case. You can do it for free. But I'm going to have to step back because it's very clear that you need to stop doing this. Period. If you don't, then I'm going to go away. And I've had to have this conversation only about twice. Only about 2 times. One was a girl that was lying to me. Actually, 3 times. 2 was girls that were lying to me. And 1 was a girl that was abusive. She tried to manipulate me in one direction to gain How to Kill a Narcissist, the author of that book. He calls it narcissistic supply. So it's not something tangible. She's not gaining money or something by putting me in an emotionally vulnerable position. And then after I don't respond the way that she wants, attacking me and saying to me like, hey, you're not a man. You're a terrible person. You're awful. You're going to make a terrible doctor if you ever do become a doctor. And you're not going to become a doctor because you're a piece of shit. So attacking me if I don't respond the way that she wants me to respond. What she's actually getting out of it, is what's called a narcissistic supply. It's kind of like if your pet does this thing, they lift up both paws and open their mouth real wide, and maybe they make a noise. You go, yeah, something weird. And they do that every time that you reach over and start to tickle the inside of the elbow on one of their front paws. And that's what they're doing. They're coming up to you and they're making you respond the way that they want you to respond. And they get a kick out of it because they've manipulated you into doing something. That's it. It's narcissistic supply. They don't have to have something tangible. They just want to reach out and manipulate another human being. I would tell, there was a girl I was dating for about 6 months. She had a bachelor's degree in psychology. She knew that what she was doing was wrong, and she did it anyways. And it was very strange to have somebody know fully that what they're doing is wrong and then do it anyways. Very, very strange. My aunt has a master's degree in psychology. She worked as a substance abuse counselor for some time, And I think it was Mother's Day. We were trying to work out some of these and these antagonistic things that my family does. And my mom's oldest little sister was trying to defend her. My mom's the oldest child in her generation, and I'm the oldest child of I'm the oldest grandchild. So her oldest little sister was trying to defend her actions, essentially telling me that it was not okay for me to be a veteran of 2 military branches, to asking my mom to please stop hurting me, but it was okay for her to continue to hurt me and to break the law and to do everything that she's doing, that I was actually the one that was in the wrong. And while we're trying to have this discussion, and I'm trying to get down into the core of why she thinks this way, my youngest aunt, who has a master's degree in psychology, my youngest aunt says that she wants this discussion to stop, and she doesn't want us to talk about it anymore. Now, she had previously said that whenever my mom's oldest little sister was getting to the end of her rope with my mom, with all the crimes that she commits, constantly cleaning up after her messes, whenever she was getting to the end of the rope with that shit, my youngest aunt said, hey, the solution is to keep talking to them, keep the lines of communication open. Of course, no matter what, the solution is going to be open, honest communication. That is always going to be the solution. Open, honest communication. Of course, that's always going to be the solution. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But whenever it comes in person and we're trying to do open, honest communication, she wants it to stop. Just because you know the right thing to do doesn't mean that you have the balls. I know this is crazy. I'm saying that my youngest aunt doesn't have enough nutsack to stand up and do what she knows is right. But I have to tell the truth. She wants to pretend to have a happy family for Mother's Day. But guess what? Next Mother's Day, we still have these problems, and now they're worse, and she knows that they're going to be worse. She knows that this pause in communication has done nothing but trouble. It has done nothing but bad things. She is sitting there telling everybody, if you want to lose weight, count your fucking calories. But whenever it comes time that she has a problem and she wants to lose weight, the one thing that she's not doing is counting the fucking calories. She's repeating the words, she's preaching, but she's not doing it to the choir. She knows that what she does is wrong, but she doesn't care. She doesn't have the balls to actually do what she knows is right, knows is the right thing to do. And that's just the truth of the matter. She knows that the right thing to do in that moment was to let us talk. That's what she said to her sister before then, to her second oldest sister before then. Said, hey, keep talking to your older sister if you're at the end of the rope. She's fine with doling that out. But whenever it comes to her, not today. What about tomorrow? Well, tomorrow's going to come and she's going to say, not today. What about tomorrow? Tomorrow's going to come, she's going to say, not today. She doesn't have the balls. She doesn't have the nutsack to do what's right. She knows it. I know it. Everybody knows it. This happened. And it happened in this order. And it's this toxic mindset of continuing and constantly kicking the ball down the road and enabling criminal behavior over and over again. The only reason that she's doing that is because my youngest aunt is not the one that has to pay my mom's bail the next time that she goes to prison. No, that's Grandpa. Once Grandpa is dead and gone, which should be fairly soon, the man's 76 goddamn years old and he is not in the greatest of shape. Grandma has been gone. She died last year. Somewhere around February or something. No, the year before last. It's January 2024. She died in 2022. Somewhere around fucking Valentine's Day 2022, she kicked it off. Grandpa's not going to last forever. Whenever it comes time for somebody else to pay mom's bail, now they're going to care. Now they're going to give a shit. But until then, it's not affecting them directly, so fuck everybody else. Fuck you for giving a shit. Don't fix problems. Kick the ball down the road. Keep kicking, keep kicking, keep kicking. Never stop. And I'm not talking out my ass here. If you want to go and talk to the abuse counselors, if you want to go and talk to the family counselors, I've got access to family counselors, brother. The VA gives free access to family counselors now. So if you want to say, hey, is it okay to kick the ball down the road? If you want to go ask that question, I'll get you in touch with the people, brother. No problem at all. We'll see whether or not it's right to do these things or it's wrong. They'll give you the definitive yes or no. They're the ones that make this choice. Not you, not me. Not unless you're a family counselor, brother. The only time that we talk to each other is on the holidays. So if you don't want to hear this on the holidays, don't come to the fucking holidays. We don't sit here and pretend that we're a happy family until the end of the day and then go back to being victimized by people who are breaking the motherfucking law. So all this is fine and dandy, right? This is all cool stuff. I think we all got our ducks in a row here. We all caught up. In 2013, I moved to South Korea. And it cost about 1/8 of what it cost to live in East Alton, Illinois, which is not the most expensive town in the world. Not by far. 1/8 the price. 1/8. So I moved back to South Korea, where I was stationed for over 2 years. Moved down there, lived down there for a good 6 months or so. And then once all that was said and done, instead of moving on to the Philippines after gathering my courage, instead, the government shut down in 2013 and took all of my veterans benefits with me. That was 100% of my motherfucking paycheck. People out there say, hey, why didn't you like work on top of that? Yeah, you got a bachelor's degree there, brother? No. Well, I was an undergraduate at the time. I was taking full-time classes. Where's your degree there, brother? Oh, you had a degree, but you did work local? Yeah, did you work local overseas? Did you work local in a place where you don't fucking speak the local language? Why didn't you learn the local language, brother? Why didn't you learn that active duty during the 2 years that we was down there? Why didn't you do all this shit, brother? Where's your cabin, motherfucker? Get this argument again and again. You got to put yourself in my shoes, you son of a bitch. So we got to get from here to there, right? You actually have to put yourself in my shoes. You can't just, phone it in. You can't cop out. You have to actually put yourself in my shoes, or else you're not going to get the real answer. You're just going to make yourself feel better because you think that if you was in my shoes, then you would have done it better. Hell, you would have done a backflip, and you would have flipped somebody off with both of your hands. Your arm wouldn't have broken in the first place. You're built different. You don't learn anything that way. If you're not fucking putting yourself in my shoes, you're not learning shit. You're not using your empathy. You're not trying your best to actually come to a conclusion, to an answer. What was I doing wrong? So my buddy Perry, who I swapped pickup artist methodologies with, gave him the mystery method stuff from Neil Strauss. He gave me the David D'Angelo stuff. My buddy Perry, he went down there to South Korea. It took him a hell of a long time. He left active duty and he started active drilling reserves, just like myself. But he had already had quite a bit more time in the military. He was damn near complete with his associate's degree by the time that he left. Not only that, but whenever he came home, he was able to move in with friends and family and the like. If I recall his situation correctly, I don't remember every detail about Perry's life, but after a great bit of hemming and hawing and doing a lot of shit, after a great bit of all of that and moving from place to place, he finally caught a ride to South Korea, and then he did nothing but post 9/11 GI Bill full time. But on top of going and doing post 9/11 GI Bill full time, he also had this post in South Korea that he himself states that he was very lucky to find, and he had to beg them to let him go to South Korea to be stationed there as a reservist. And then whenever his time was finally up, and it was time for him to go, whenever his time was finally up and everything, he was able to leave, and with his new bachelor's degree from the University of Maryland, he was able to immediately get a job at a hagwon teaching English as a second language. By the way, the entire time that he was doing this, he was receiving 50% disability for snoring, for having to wear a CPAP. So, he had money the whole time. He had money no matter what. He had a lot of friends and family helping him, from what I remember. He was very lucky, he said it himself, in order to receive this duty station. All of these things, all of these factors were working in his favor, from top to bottom, from start to finish. By his own motherfucking admission, he was lucky. Tell me you would have done something different, I'll call you a liar. But I did the best that I possibly could. Either way, after the government shut down and all my money went away, it was time for me to do something else. After the government shut down and all my money went away, it was time for me to go home. I ran out of money. The same friend of mine that I used to work with in South Korea, I'd been in contact with him. He, much like I allowed him to stay in my house in East Alton for a few nights, he let me stay with him and his family for a little while. Certainly paid it back in droves. But he said that if he were me, then he said people like me need to have many more contingency plans than he does. I listened to him on the phone ask his parents for $1,000 and they gave it to him. My parents don't have $1,000 to give to anybody. So with all that being said and done, you can see that, these are not, he's telling me that my preparation was inadequate, like anybody planned for the government shutdown. He didn't plan for the government shutdown either. He's not putting himself in my shoes. So with all that being said and done and over with, I went up to, I wore my welcome at his house. He didn't want me there no more. He kept saying that his mother-in-law had to take some time, and she needed the whole guest room, so I needed to leave. And so she'd be there for about a weekend, and me and the ex-wife would sleep in the local subway station. We'd go down there and sleep, come back the next day or after the weekend, and we kept doing that, and it wasn't sustainable. It wasn't nothing. And so I'd long wore out my welcome, and so after everything else was said and done, I just said, hey, I'm leaving, I'm going away, I'm going to go to the embassy, and I'm going to see what they say. And so they said, okay, and I left. And that was the last time that I saw him face to face. Way back in 2013. 11 years. So, I went to the the American Embassy in Seoul, South Korea. Told them my situation. They got me a hostel for about $20 a night. I still had some money left in my account. So they got me a hostel for $20 a night. And then after all that, we were waiting for them to make some decisions and get me and my ex-wife home. And so we weren't married yet, by the way. She was just my long-term girlfriend, fiance, I guess. Second ever fiance. But they told us that we need to call some people. Said, put down the contact information of 3 people that you know and 3 people that you know. And we'll see whether or not they can pay for the plane ticket to get you home. If not, we'll pay for it. And then you 2 can pay us back. And I said to my ex-wife, I told her, write down the names of 3 people that aren't going to be able to pay for the plane ticket. That way we can keep this little embarrassment to ourselves, and then we can both move on in our lives. I wrote down 3 people that couldn't afford a plane ticket. They called them, didn't get an answer. Not an affirmative answer at a bare minimum. She called 2 people. She put down the contact information of 2 people that couldn't pay for a plane ticket and 1 person that could, her mom. Her mom called my grandma, and everything was over. Grandma paid for the plane ticket to get me home, and my ex-wife's mom paid for the plane ticket to get her home. And then that was it. That's all she wrote. I came home with my fucking tail between my legs. Her parents, her mom picked us up from the airport. I was embarrassed. I was mad at myself. Mad at the world. Promising that I'd never fucking let this kind of shit happen to me ever again. And I said, like, that's it. I gotta get back in the military or something. There's nothing else I can fucking do. So I'm not good at anything else. I'm not good for anything else. I'm not good, period. But the military wants me anyways. So let me go back to it. So that's what I was thinking. That's the way I was thinking. That was it. Now, you might be telling yourself, hey, 2013 is a long time after women got the right to work. It's been a while since World War II. Women don't, women get to work. So yeah, you were going to school in South Korea and making money from the GI Bill stipend. I understand that. Why wasn't your little lady working? We're getting to the crux of the issue. I would send her job applications day after day after day. Job applications for her to work at local military bases for people who speak 100% English. And she would say that she sent her resume there and applied for the job. And she would say, I don't know why I'm not getting hired. And then one day, I'm working as hard as I fucking can, taking these classes, doing all this shit, trying to figure out her living situation, getting no help from her. I keep telling her to go on these get paid to sites every day while I'm off in class. I leave her, somewhere on base so that she has other people who speak English to talk to. I leave her with breakfast, lunch, dinner, meals until I get back, and then we can go somewhere and eat or whatever. I leave her with all of this. And I don't make her eat the shit that I eat either. I get something different, something tastier from her. I'm getting random vegetables and a rice cooker and eggs. I'm getting pork and a rice cooker and random mushrooms. That's what I'm eating. In a stock pot. Some kind of soup. What she's eating is fucking foie gras in comparison. It's whatever she wants to eat. If she doesn't want to eat it, I don't make her eat it. She's a grown adult, but still, I'm not treating her like this. She gets the best, I get the worst. I get whatever I can afford, she gets whatever she wants. So one day, completely exasperated, I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is going wrong. So I take her laptop. I grab her laptop to try to see what in the fuck is going on. How is she not getting hired? She has an associate's degree from Hickey Culinary Institute. Why is she not getting hired at all these places that she's supposedly applying to in Korea? I find out that she's not going to these get paid to sites. She's not filling out surveys. She's not going on swag bucks. She's not doing any of the things that I asked her to do while I'm busy at school. She's not doing anything at all. The moment that I leave, she goes on a loop. She goes to Bulbapedia, which is a a Pokemon based website. Then she goes to Facebook for a little while. And then she goes to fanfiction.net. And she goes to these 3 websites in a loop. Or she stops to play Persona 3 Portable on her PlayStation Vita. And she does that over and over and over again. Just goes to these 3 websites. Never even stops at Swagbucks or anything like that. Never does any of that at all. I ask her why. She says that she thinks that men are just supposed to work and that women are supposed to lie to them. You're just supposed to not treat other people the way you'd like to be treated. That's her reasoning. That's it. See where this clinical grade narcissism comes from? Because the next time that she gets caught doing this kind of shit again, she gives a different response. And the next time, a different response. Why is she actually doing this? Because she's sick. Because she's ill. Because she has clinical grade narcissism. She needs medical intervention to stop doing this. That's why. But each and every time that you ask her that question, she comes up with something random to try to answer that question. She's being asked a question. Good old David D'Angelo, he used to say something. He used to say they had these experiments where they would hypnotize people and then they would pull them out of hypnosis. And you can watch these experiments online. You can actually see the videos. Somebody would get a can of Coke, you know, and then they would ask them, like, hey, you know, they'd take them out of hypnosis and say, hey, why do you have a Coke? You know, they'd previously been talking about how much they hate Coke and how much they like Dr. Pepper. You say, why do you have Coke? And they say, well, I was thirsty. I thought you said you hated Coke. I do hate Coke, but I don't know. I just had I had a craving for it. They are talking about why they have a Coke in their hand whenever they came out of hypnosis. The reason why they have a Coke in their hand whenever they came out of hypnosis is because the hypnotist told them to grab a fucking can of Coke. They go grab an umbrella. They take that guy out of hypnosis, the person that they're hypnotizing. Take that guy out of hypnosis. You say, why do you have an umbrella? And they say, well, it was raining. No, it's not. No, it wasn't. It hasn't rained for 6 fucking weeks. We're in a drought. I say, oh, I thought it was raining. It's not. They're justifying. They're making up the reason why they have this umbrella. Whenever the real answer is, they have an umbrella because they fucking told them to have an umbrella. The reason why my ex-wife was lying to me about giving in applications and lying to me about trying these survey sites, but they just never work. The reason my ex was lying to me, it's not because she was evil or anything like that. It's because the illness inside of her head told her to do that. That's why. Each time that you ask her why, all you're doing is torturing her. You know, you ask her why, and she gives you another reason. You ask her why again, she gives you another reason. You're torturing her. That's all. And so, you don't torture people who are sick. It doesn't do anything. They're torturing you back. But is it really them or is it the illness? It's the illness, obviously. It's not their fault. And you don't have what it takes to fix them. You need to be a specialist of narcissism or something like that so that you can do what needs to be done for them to get fixed. Until then, there's nothing that you can do. So, I know it's tough to hear, to not be able to help somebody, but that's what I had to deal with as well. So while I was, whenever I left the Navy, I was doing this. Whenever I left the Navy active duty, I was doing this trying to be an entrepreneur shit, right? So I'm trying to do all that. Trying to do all this entrepreneur shit. And I'm taking classes full time at the same time. And trying to keep this house in East Alton in half decent repair. I'm trying to do all this. But I'm studying at school. I'm studying exercise science. So this is another thing. You can ask a question like, why weren't my grades very good? How come I wasn't acing everything? Well, where's your business? All the things that I created for my business, all the writings, all the videos, where's that for you? And look at that. You didn't even make straight A's. You're not putting yourself in my shoes. You're not trying to use your empathy. If empathy doesn't come natural to you, you can still practice it. It doesn't have to come natural. You can still practice it. And then you can eventually become good at it, like anybody else. So, okay. I can keep asking, where's your motherfucking cabin? Or we can get somewhere, right? So, okie dokie. I was studying exercise science because I thought that that was the way that I was going to help people. It wasn't necessary for me to become a certified strength and conditioning specialist. It wasn't necessary for any of that to do all that. It wasn't necessary to do all that. But it would help to have a little bit more credentials on my side. It would help. And besides, maybe I can find some extra ways to help. Maybe they do know some things that I don't know. Maybe this college thing is full of some people that know some tricks that I don't know, that I can help out my customers with. They're my customers. They're giving me they're giving me their money. If they're doing that for me and paying my bills, then I better make it fucking good for them. I better make it I better make it worth it. So that's the way I'm thinking. I better fucking make it worth it. So that's what I'm thinking. That's how I'm thinking. So I'm thinking this way. I'm thinking about things in that way. And I'm still just trying to help people. I tried before. The entire time I'm in the military, I don't think I got a single other human being to begin exercising. I don't think I got a single other human being on planet Earth to replicate my results. I tried to help people, and I failed over and over and over again. And I'm tired of it. So while I'm doing this whole thing, while I'm in college, I find out that you can't get people to the gym. That personal trainers, what they do is they help people who have come to the gym. I find out that that is the case. That what you cannot do is get people to the gym if they don't want to come to the gym. I said, well, then I can't help anyone. And that's what I'm here for. So I quit and I go to psychology instead. Maybe psychology has something where I can help people get to the gym, and then hopefully the gym can improve their lives in some way. So that's what I'm thinking. That's the way that I'm thinking about it. And one of my professors for psychology tells me, hey, I don't, one of my professors for psychology tells me that if people don't believe in psychology, then it doesn't work. So I quit. I go to exercise psychology. They don't have any tricks there either. So I go to communications. I become a communications major, thinking that hopefully they'll have some ways to help people improve their lives, help people take that first step, help people get to the gym in the first place, help people say fuck the gym, roll over out of bed and start doing some push-ups on the floor. They don't need the gym. They never did. So I'm trying to figure out a way to do that. I'm hoping that that communications has the answer. And while I'm pursuing communications, I take that class. I take that sociology elective course. I take that course, and what do I find? The reason why people are this way in the first place. Who left us behind that forced us to change to the people that became vulnerable to these crimes, to the mental illnesses causing people to do the crimes, stuff like this. I find all of that, and I find the answer. These people in Dancing Rabbit Eco Village, these people lived. I applied to be part of them. They did not accept. So I went to South Korea instead. Now I'm trying to start my own damn eco village so I can help out friends, family, etc. I built a cabin here. That means I can build a cabin again. Build a cabin for me, build a cabin for my brother, my other brother, my other brother, my mom, my dad, anybody who needs a cabin. I can build it over and over and over again. Proof of concept, it's there. I've built the cabin. I just have to insulate it and move in. Those are the last two steps. I did it once, I can do it again. So now that I built one cabin, I need land without any building codes so I can do it again. So I can construct a few more cabins, etc. So that was That was my reasoning and everything, and I became a sociology major after that. I finally figured out the answer to some burning questions that had been inside my mind my whole life. And it wasn't until I came across a professor that was hell-bent on not allowing me to get a bachelor's degree in sociology. After I met that particular professor and he was in charge of the program, I couldn't go around him. I had to go through him. Once I met that professor, it was a done deal. I changed my major to sustainability, so that was more along the lines of the Dancing Rabbit Eco Village type places that I'd become fascinated with, this off the grid lifestyle. And then got my bachelor's degree in sustainability. Went into the loony bin, had a year of daily therapy, and now I've been trying to finish my pre-med prerequisites ever since. All I got left is organic chemistry with lab. Then I can do what really helped. Whenever the psychiatrist at the loony bin whenever she gave me antidepressants that finally made my life better, finally made me feel better. Finally, after all these years, after my whole life, things finally began to improve. I finally began to do better in classes. Things finally began to work. I finally began to be able to keep up with society. Not necessarily fit in, but at least keep up with some people. Even help some others out. Medicine works whether you believe in it or not. So I wanted to be the medicine man. I wanted to know that I was helping people. Know beyond a shadow of a doubt.